areas to grow. And this is a known fact, all right? People have known this for decades, since the 80s, all right? When we had a foreskin fungal revolution. That's why we're chopping them off now, because of
All
the
right.
foreskin fungi.
All right. you want to have a serious discussion about it, or are you just gonna do this?
That's serious. You don't think the reason we're chopping foreskins off of our babies because of artificial sweeteners is serious enough for you?
All right, Steve. We haven't spoken like a year. This is how you introduce yourself. All right, take care, man. All right. I hope everybody's having a good Friday. If you're joining live, keep tapping the screen, sharing it on out if you can. And we are, again, looking for opposition, okay? I am streaming on the tube as well, so if you just watch me on TikTok, I would appreciate it if you can at the very least subscribe to me on the tube. That would be helpful. All right, and again, this is for people who want to debate, okay? But if you have questions, you're welcome to come up if you have questions. That's fine as well. You don't necessarily have to debate, but if you are going to, and you're going to definitively say that I'm incorrect or something along those lines, you're going to have to provide evidence as to why. And that goes for both of us, right? But you can't just say, hey, I think you're wrong. Go ahead and look up what I say because I can't do it. Like, that's not what we're going to do. Drew, no. That's not how I...
Hey, sorry,
I decide these things.
Mistake.
Oh, you good?
Sorry.
No worries. No worries. I'll bring you back down. Take care. Yeah, no, Drew, that's not how we decide if something is necessarily good or bad for us. I don't do it off of if the FDA necessarily says so. It just depends on the weight of the evidence, how much data there is out there relating to a specific thing or not. It depends. I mean, there's plenty of things the FDA has approved over periods of time that either we knew at the time or at some point became, we realized were harmful. And there's things the FDA has not approved that we know actually can be very helpful, right? Yeah, so I would never recommend anybody uses the FDA as a, like a sole determinant as to if something is good or not. Whether an organization says something is good or not isn't going to dictate inherently whether it's good or not. They could be correct. They could also not be. Alt health cult brain is fascinating to me. Yeah, it is. It is. When ingested, aspartame is broken down into the body into methanol, which is further oxidized. The formaldehyde, no concern. Well, aspartame is just made up of 2 amino acids. That's all it is. We don't see it being carcinogenic. But again, if anybody disagrees with background prompt, I promise we can have a good conversation. I'm not here to yell at you. I'm not here to make fun of you or anything like that. Although if you come in with an attitude or, with a certain attitude or tone, I'll give you that same thing back. But I prefer to have more civil discussions if possible. No, I'm aware of that claim. I'm just pushing back on said claim. I think you're jumping to conclusion just a tad bit with those. Anyways, I want someone to debate artificial sweeteners. I'm not educated. Yeah, on occasion I have people come on. Artificial sweeteners is actually the only one that when I have somebody come on up that they would otherwise be a friendly in like other lives. Anybody who debates with me on seed oil, soy, raw milk, like 99.9% of the time, they seem to be opposition when it comes to politics. But when it comes to artificial sweeteners, I often enough have people who agree with me politically who think artificial sweeteners are bad. So it happens. I'm coming from the point of view of harm reduction when I'm talking about artificial sweeteners. It's coming from a harm reduction point of view in relation to sugar. Just knowing the fact that nobody's going to be perfect, humans aren't going to be perfect, right? You can outline the most perfect diet for a human being, and very few people are going to follow that, right? It's just, it's just not likely that someone is going to be following a diet to a T of how they should or whatever. A very, very, very small minority of people do that. So having said that, I think we have to operate under the sense that people are going to not be perfect with things, and we should focus on harm reduction tools. But no, in relation to sugar, yeah, I definitely think artificial sweeteners are going to be much better, for sure. I really think we should just change the name of artificial sweeteners to non-nutritive sweeteners. That way it has a better connotation. Because unfortunately, when you have the word artificial in front of it, there are people who just automatically think something is bad because it has the word artificial. But if you start naming them non-nutritive sweeteners, they would have a much better connotation associated with it. Yeah, so if anybody disagrees with the prompt, you can come. Easy, what's up? How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. How are you?
I'm doing great. I just need to know your age, please.
53.
Cool. All right. What do you disagree with? That's in the background.
I've been drinking raw milk for about 5 years.
Okay.
I'm still alive.
Okay. So are you saying because you're still alive that it's not bad for us at all? Is that your argument?
No, there's many health benefits with raw milk as opposed to pasteurized milk. I mean, the raw milk has the natural enzymes and natural flora in there that your gut needs. Your immune system is basically regulated by the gut flora in your body, right? So
Okay.
pasteurized milk has none of that. It's boiled.
Okay.
It's separated and boiled and then
We can get
reconfigured.
to that. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
Let's address that. I just do want to say it though. Are you saying though that because you're okay that there's no negative side effects
no,
because
I'm not saying that.
oh okay
I was being facetious.
okay I just
Let
wanted to
me,
make
let
sure
me,
okay that's fine.
yeah, I can land the plane. Don't worry. So like most people in America and the UK, you'll take like a little bio yog, right? Actimel we got over here, like live flora in the yogurt, little yogurt drinks. That's literally what raw milk is. So on the one hand, you've got these things, these products sold in the supermarkets, and the advertising tells you they're really good, which they are. You know, live bio yogurts are good for your gut. And on the same token, especially in the UK, I think in America as well, we're told don't drink raw milk because that live bacteria is harmful and you can get killed. And the maids back in the day got sick, and all these legends we're told, and how evil it is to drink raw milk, and pasteurized milk is far safer. And the contradiction is in your face, right? You can have a bio yogurt from the supermarket. It's exactly the same live bacteria in there as it is in raw milk.
Okay.
In fact, it's probably
Let's narrow down to something specific. So what specifically is in raw milk that is not in pasteurized milk that would automatically give it a leg up in terms of its benefits? What specifically?
specific. It's the live flora, isn't it? It's the live bacteria. It's the live flora that
Which bacteria specific? Can you name one specifically?
you want me to go on ChatGPT like you've just done?
No, I just want you to name one specific. I want you to name one since you're making
Okay.
you're making the claim that there's certain bacteria that's in it that's not in the other. I'm just wondering what
Okay,
that
so
one
so
is.
all right, host. There's 65 people in this chat. They can all go on ChatGPT and find out exactly what's in
But it's
raw
your
milk.
claim. But it's your claim.
Right. Okay, so my claim is it's alive. It's a it's a living there are living organisms in the milk, and this is what the government tells you is bad. It's actually good for your gut. I've just explained that
But
you and
name
I
one.
can both.
Name one. Which one in there is good? That
Do
pasteurized
you want me
milk
to
doesn't have.
do you want me to teak up and go and get it for you?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, maybe I'll just drop down. You're not interested in the conversation, are you? You want a gotcha moment, right?
Well,
So you can
no, I
clip it.
want you to. I want you. I don't really ever clip these. I want you to back up your claim.
Why don't you tell me why raw milk isn't healthy?
But if you don't know it, that's fine. You can just say you don't know it. Easy. Just say you don't know it.
Tell me
But
why
but
raw milk
you
isn't healthy, friend.
you would agree in a debate about something. If you're going to make a claim, you should probably name what that thing is specifically. That it's a
I,
fair
I
ask.
was,
I'm not
I
asking a
was,
lot. I'm not asking a lot
look,
for you here.
I haven't prepared for this, unlike you, right?
Okay,
So
but
if
that's fine. That's fine. But I'm not supposed to have a gotcha or anything. That's not what it's supposed to be.
it's a
And
gotcha, that's
just
all
say
you
that though.
got.
Easy. Then just say that beforehand. Just say, hey, I don't know it off the top of my head, but hey, let me go grab it real quick. That's all you could have said.
Look, I'm not gonna say what I think it is because if I'm wrong, you're gonna say, "Ah,
The-
gotcha, easy, got
no,
it
no,
wrong."
no. Easy,
I'm
easy.
not
So
gonna
that's
give
why I
you a
want you to
gotcha
take the time.
moment.
So go. So go grab it so we can
No,
talk about it.
let's get to the meat and bones of the argument.
But
You're
but this
claiming.
this is part of it. If you're going to
Hang on a
claim that
minute.
there's healthy bacteria in there,
You're claiming seed oils, which is basically industrial
lubricant.
agricultural engine oil. In the
Uh-huh.
case in the case of these seed oils, they're originally purposed for putting in tractor engines and stuff. Then they
Cool.
were repurposed because they're a cheap food additive to replace natural things that are good for you, like butter and animal fats, and they were used as especially in America, to replace natural fats, right? And the body can't process properly these seed oils, and they're carcinogenic and incredibly bad for you. Same with artificial sweeteners as well, right? What's it called? Aspartame. It's been linked to cancer. When you
Aspartame.
take out
Okay,
natural sugars.
okay. We got to dial in on something specific, man. You keep jumping from thing to thing. Okay, so if you're going to say it causes cancer, what research do you have to back up that it causes cancer? Aspartame.
Oh, another gotcha question. Oh, host, you are so
It's not a
good at
gotcha.
the.
Not a
It's a gotcha.
gotcha. It's just asking you for evidence of your claim. That's it.
Okay, I've made the claim. Everyone watching can go and look up
Okay, so you don't
aspartame.
have it. Okay.
All you
All
have to
right.
do is
I'm going to go ahead and mute you for a second, and I'm going to explain what's going on. All right. So he's just refusing to provide evidence for his claims. Easy. This wasn't supposed to be some sort of okay, you can run away. That's fine. This wasn't supposed to be a gotcha conversation. I went in with good intentions. I went in not attacking you. I was hoping for it to be a good conversation. It could have been a good conversation. I was asking what anybody else would do in this situation and what you would ask for me if I was in your shoes. You just made a claim about something specific, and I asked, do you have evidence for that? Like, naturally, that's what would happen in a conversation like this. It wasn't supposed to be a gotcha, I promise. You turned it into that at the end, but guys, you shouldn't be surprised when you come up here and then I ask you for evidence, okay? So just to make it very clear, if you're going to come up here to debate, I am going to ask you for evidence. I also expect that you're going to do it to me as well. This goes both ways. Also, once again, this doesn't have to be a debate. We can have, if you want to ask questions, that can be the case also, but you can't get upset at me for asking you for proof of a claim that you make. You just can't. All right. Well, we don't have anybody else in our request box. If anybody wants to request and you do disagree with me, again, that's fine. Come on up, be civil. I'll give you the same energy that you give to me and just provide evidence, and I will do the same for mine. That's it. And people that are in the tube, you can also call on in if you want, okay? So that's how you can talk to me if you want. Just call on in, dial in the number. I'll put it in the comments in just 2 seconds. I hope everybody's having a good Friday so far, by the way. All right, let's see. All right, so on the tube, it's 813-603-8878. And no, this is not my personal number. It's my Google Voice number. A lot of their claims are it's natural, therefore it's better for you. Pasteurization is just, the milk to go. Yep, that's all it is, full moon. Yep, it's nothing more than that. That's all it is. A lot of people I speak to who advocate for raw milk, they actually don't seem to understand what pasteurization is when we actually get down to the weeds of it. I think it loses a tiny bit of nutrients in processed milk, not as much as spewing your guts off. Yeah, no, I mean, it depends on the nutrients that we're referring to. There are some that are like a tad bit less. I don't think that's a worthwhile or a good argument to then drink something that gives you a significant higher chance of getting sick from it. I just think it's a silly argument to say, hey, Steph, I think it's just a silly argument to say that, hey, there's 25% more vitamin A, and I'm just throwing out random numbers here, more vitamin A in raw milk than pasteurized milk. That's why I have it. You're telling me you can't get 25% more vitamin A from any other food source. You have to get it from raw milk. I think that's a little wild. I don't know anybody that's drinking that much milk that they're getting all their vitamins and minerals from it anyways. Your average person who's getting most of their vitamins and minerals, they're eating a relatively varied diet. They're not just drinking milk to get that. Which, again, I don't think that would be a good argument to say, well, because I cut this out, therefore I can't get my vitamins and minerals elsewhere. Aspartame is poison. Use honey or real sugar. Why do you believe it's poison? But by the definition, by the very definition of the word poison, right? I think it's important that we don't use fear-mongering terms for the sake of using a fear-mongering term. Poison has a very specific definition, which is any substance that can cause injury, illness, or death when introduced into a living organism. Unfortunately for you, aspartame will not fit that definition, especially in the doses that we're talking about. Now, if you use that definition loosely, you can maybe say a lot of things apply to it. You can maybe say water could technically be one in high enough doses if you wanted to be pedantic about the definition. But I just think it's probably a little unfair to refer to something as you don't like as a poison. I would rather drink 3 more ounces of milk. No, exactly. Like, you can literally just drink a little bit more milk to make up for a small loss of some vitamins and minerals without the added the added issue of potentially getting very sick. But again, I hope everybody's having a great Friday. If you guys can keep tapping and sharing. Let's try to get the likes on up. We're only at 2,000 likes. I understand this live doesn't get tons of people compared to the other one. But if you guys can help out and try to like the live on TikTok, that would be great. So we can try to get our way to 10K. That'd be nice. And if you're enjoying live, follow me, subscribe, and please request or call in if you want to debate. Milk is pasteurized for a reason. I would agree, but when it comes to the certain groups of people who seem, and there's nothing wrong with questioning a lot of things. I think that's actually a really good thing to question stuff. But I think when people are just baselessly questioning everything just for the sake of questioning things with not doing it in a intellectual or a critical sense, I think sometimes people are just questioning things just to do so. So it seems like some people's mindset is, well, the government says this, government bad, therefore I do the opposite. It seems like that's a lot of people's line of reasoning. And I think we all can agree the government does a lot of shitty things. But that doesn't mean that every single thing the government does or that approves of or its guidelines are always wrong every single time. Like, especially when we have data showing otherwise when it comes to this, right? Rage bait? Well, rage bait would mean that I don't believe this and I'm just having this topic for the sake of annoying people. These are my views and opinions, so this wouldn't be technically rage bait. Problem wasn't with questioning stuff. The problem was the lack of research. No, I agree. It's critically analyzing stuff. And I think that's what a lot of people are lacking. Questioning and criticizing things in an intellectual manner in a way that's productive. Myself and most people I know have and still drink raw milk and never have been sick because of it. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to have to give the same response that I give to every single person. But hey, Patrick, how old are you?
42.
Okay. You would agree that just because somebody does something daily or often that we know is harmful and they're not sick, that doesn't mean that thing isn't bad? Like, for example, would you agree that just because somebody has never worn a seatbelt their entire life and they've never gotten hurt in an accident, therefore seatbelts aren't needed? Like, you would agree that, that's not a conclusion you would come to, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't
Okay.
agree with that.
Okay. So why wouldn't that be the same with raw milk in that
Well,
you've been drinking it for a period of time, you're not sick, therefore it's not bad because you're not sick, or other people you know
well,
aren't sick.
no, it's because for what eons before what the 1920s,
Hmm.
everybody drank raw milk.
Yeah, and we had much
And
higher rates of these things like E. coli and Listeria and Salmonella.
well, yeah, if you're not sanitary and clean about it, of course, But if you go out there and you take all the necessary precautions and you drink your milk before you boil all the nutrients and vitamins out of it, uh, and you're not going to get sick. But if you don't do that, yeah, of course you're going to get sick. But we could say the same thing about everything else, meat production. If you're going to barbecue some chicken,
But
you don't clean your counters up or your
what
cutting board
what
off after you cut.
why do you think we pasteurize? Why do you think we pasteurize milk? Even if you don't agree with it, what do you think the reasoning is for it?
It keep you sick.
Yeah, pasteurizing it can get rid of those foodborne pathogens, right? So are you
It
saying that
also,
that's not true?
no, I didn't say that. I'm
Okay.
saying they pasteurize the milk. They're boiling it to a point where there's no longer, nutrition value to it. All the vitamin, oh, not all, most of the vitamins and minerals that come from it is already removed by the boiling process.
Well, so they're not
And
boiling it though. But here's the thing: they're only heating it up to about, depending on the pasteurization process, about 150-ish for about like 20-ish seconds. They're not boiling it. They're not even getting close to boiling it.
well, it's more than 15, 20 seconds. First off,
No,
secondly,
well, again, it depends. We can again. I'll pull it up. I'll show you that I wasn't just making that up. It
well, I
depends
know,
on.
no,
It
the
depends.
practice is based on the location, what the rules for the state and then local states it is. I
Yeah,
understand. It changes from area to area.
yeah.
Not by much, but by little.
So here it looks like the most common one is HTST, high temperature short time. So they're heating
Hmm.
it to 160 for about 15 seconds.
Now go back and look at what that temperature does to the minerals and the vitamins that are in the milk.
Yeah, so I already said before, I don't know if you were in the live, but like yeah,
I
there
just
could
got
be,
them.
yeah, no, that's fine. So there are some vitamins and minerals that there's a little bit less and I would agree with that, but I don't think that's an argument to be made to have it just because there's a little bit less vitamins and minerals. We're not talking about a significant difference that would ruin your entire diet.
Oh no, but it's still a big difference for what the body absorbs and all that processes and all that
You,
stuff.
you'd agree, though, that you probably should be eating a relatively balanced and varied diet, anyways, in which that you probably should be getting a lot of vitamins and minerals from different sources, anyhow.
Oh yes, no, I agree with that as well. But they don't. It's not like they don't do it for everything else that they get their hands on, right? So if you look, how many countries have any kind of meat or not, but dairy products from? Not too many, right? Yeah, that's like outlawed in like what most of the civilized countries anyway. Why is that? Because it's not really good at that point. You're destabilizing everything about the whole thing, and oh, sorry, I just walked in something. Um, and by that time, really honestly, is it even nutritional value in it left in it anymore? Like, come on, like they got everything that what is it? Oh, I have to bring up the research again. I'm sorry, but it's just to me. Uh, Instead, it'd be probably just better if someone went out there and made sure everything was sanitary, everything was clean. You ain't gonna pick up
Oh, I
nearly
think that's
any of these
important.
diseases or viruses or whatever if you just clean.
It may be reduced by that, and I'm certainly not saying that we shouldn't have clean farms and all. That's very important. I would agree. However, though, the very act or the very nature of it being raw milk, there's no way you can get around that because you're getting microscopic amounts of feces and blood in the
Oh
milk.
yeah, yeah.
And there's no matter how sanitary you are, you're not going to be able to get rid of that. And that's just what the pasteurization process aims to do, just to hopefully get rid of, or at the very least, drastically reduce the amount of pathogens in milk. With a very small reduction, again, in my opinion, of the vitamins and minerals. So in some cases, we're talking like a 10% reduction. I think you can
And
easily
some
just have. I think you can easily just, but the other ones are fortified, like vitamin D, for example, it's refortified with it back in. But like a 10% reduction, I don't think that's a huge amount. If that really concerns you, just drink 10% more pasteurized milk.
oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna go off of it from an experience aspect of it. I lived in upstate New York for quite a few years. I was in the army, got out, and bought a place, whatever. But I lived up there, and there's a lot of dairy farmers up there.
Hmm.
And you can pull up one thing, but what they was telling me was that the government stepped in, and it's not 14 seconds. I would have to go and call and ask, but it's something ridiculous where they actually all but boiled that milk before they're allowed to sell that milk. And it's just the way that the government stepped in and took control over everything. That's why I wouldn't say I'm anti-government by no means, but anti the last couple governments that we had, as far as
Okay.
presidents and all that stuff goes. It seems like they're just out to keep us sick, dumb,
Um,
and in the dark about everything. And
I, yeah,
uh, I,
I don't know. I
I'm,
mean, listen, listen, I'm not here cucking for the government by any means whatsoever. I want to make that very clear. I don't know if their entire goal is to keep people sick, though. I don't. I don't know
okay,
if
the
I would quite go
artificial
that far.
sweeteners. Let's
I
go
think they
with the
often. I think they
artificial.
all. We'll get there. I think they often have bad intentions. I don't disagree with you, and I think oftentimes they're incompetent. I don't disagree with you, but I don't know if there's this grand conspiracy that they're trying to keep everybody necessarily sick, though. But yeah, we can get to artificial
Well,
sweeteners. And guys, we're looking for opposition, by the way. If you're ops, hit the request button.
artificial sweeteners. Well, what was one thing that they do? They sweeten your whatever it is that you're intaking.
Yep.
But
Hmm.
every major sweetener on the market has been linked to causing serious effects on the white blood cell counts, some cases cancer. Uh, the list goes on and
What,
on. It's just like, why would
what
I want to go out there and have something artificial that's gonna have more negative side effects
are you
than
saying?
any
Because
of the
it's.
positive?
Are you saying the very nature of it being artificial means it's worse for us because it's artificial?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay. Why does
It's
something?
not
Why?
natural. It's not something that was put on this earth to aid in our
But
anything, our
but
beings.
but the issue with that is there's plenty of things that are naturally found on Earth that if humans didn't know any better and they ingested it, they would die. Like poison ivy, right? They may not necessarily die, but they would be harmed pretty greatly. There's a lot of
Yeah, of course.
naturally occurring elements that would kill somebody just almost by touching it. And again, if a human didn't know any better, they would think, "Hey, this is natural. This would be fine." Um,
But you just said it yourself. If they didn't know better, I'm not
well,
saying go out there and pick a
exactly.
handful of something and eat
But
it.
but then we
Uh,
can't use the basis of something being natural or not to determine if it's good or not because there was just I gave you just a couple examples there of natural things that could kill you. And here's an example of something artificial that saved humans, like the polio vaccine, right? That's not natural, but
how many people died because of the polio vaccine? What about the iron lung? What
yeah,
about all the
the polio vaccine
killed millions
effectively got rid of pretty much all of the polio cases we had
at the cost of what though? That's what I'm trying to figure out. At the cost of
at the
what?
cost of not giving them polio.
At the cost of millions of people's lives. That's what I'm trying to get the point
How
across. Yes,
how
there is
how did it
diseases
kill
all
people?
through this world.
Wait, how did the polio
Well,
vaccine kill people? What do you mean?
no, the vaccine, like it, the
Polio vaccine specifically. It's weird. I talk to some anti-vaxxers at times, usually in relation to COVID, I very seldomly talk to somebody who has an issue with vaccines that has one with the polio one. This is a new one. Like, you've taken it to the deep end. I mean, we effectively, I mean, we can go, I'll show you the drop of polio cases. Here, polio cases before and. All right, so polio cases drops from, what is this, 60,000 a year, if I'm reading it correctly, down to effectively almost zero in a matter of like 5 years, a few years. I just couldn't imagine that you would say that's a bad thing. I mean, polio is a very nasty thing to get, very nasty. I mean, you should be very thankful that we have a vaccine for that. One of the reasons why you likely don't have polio now is because of the vaccine. All right. I don't know if you're trying to speak. Oh,
All right, hey, have a good one, man.
oh, okay. Take care. All right. Well, there's that. You know, people with polio. Yeah, that's why I said effectively zero. I mean, I understand there's a non-zero amount, but you know, do I ask Google each time I go live? I don't know what would I be asking Google. I'm not quite sure what I would be asking Google. Hey guys, again, if you disagree with the background, that's sort of the point of the live. So go ahead and request. Come on up. Hit the request button, or you can call on in from the tube. You can do either one. Just make sure if you want to debate, that's fine. Again, that's sort of the point of live. Just have some evidence on hand, okay? That's it. What when one ear out the other? All right. Stop calling me. Stop calling me. Jesus Christ. All right. Again, I hope everybody's having a great Friday so far. If you guys can keep tapping and sharing, that would be terrific. Just looking for people to debate with. Just hit the request button, come on up. It's not the seed oil, it's the high processing of the oil. Okay, what do you mean by that specifically, Jules? Like, what about the processing? And you're welcome to come on up if you want, Jules. You can hit the request button. Artificial sweeteners are bad in many ways, like for your gut. Hey, guys, I do want to make it known that I do know the arguments, right? This isn't my first time talking about this, obviously. It's not like I woke up today and decided to talk on a topic I haven't spoken on before. So I do know the arguments. I understand people say it's bad for your gut. I understand people say it causes cancer. I get what the arguments are. I'm just disagreeing with those arguments. I haven't seen any solid evidence to back any of those up. So yeah, if you disagree, that's totally cool. Just come on up. Let's have a good discussion, provide some evidence, and we'll go from there. Processing method of oil use in high processing. Are you talking about like heating up the temperature, like heating up the oils, Jules? Is that what you're referring to? Or are you talking about a different thing of processing of it? Is there evidence supporting that raw milk is bad? And by raw milk, do you mean like, no. Guys, just make it very clear. By raw milk, I mean unpasteurized milk. Milk that is straight from the cow, no pasteurization. 1%, 2% is a totally different thing. I'm fine with regular milk. Some people get the misconception that I'm against milk. No, I'm fine with pasteurized milk, whether you want skim, 1, 2, whole milk, whatever. I'm fine with that. As long as you don't overdo it, of course, but I'm specifically talking about raw milk here. There's no point in discussing with you. I think there is a point in it. If you disagree and you feel like you have a good point and you feel like I'm wrong, I think that would be a very good motivator for you to want to come on up. Well, Jake, I mean, I would have agreed with you a while ago, but unfortunately, every time I do this, and the reason why I continue to do this live stream is that there are a lot of people who do drink raw milk, and there's a lot of people who defend raw milk. I don't know if you've seen my lives before, but absolutely there's people that drink raw milk and defend it. It's wild. So it baffles me just as much as you, I promise. Well, like Jake right here, see? Here, this is this person's logic. Raw milk from natural clean source is the best milk for you. They often fall victim to the natural fallacy. That's what a lot of it boils down to. It's natural, therefore it's good. Jules, yeah, so that's cool if you've been a trainer. Again, you're welcome to come on up if you want, if you're able to. All right, let's get to this next guest over here, King. It's never the most productive conversation. What's going on? How you doing?
Can you hear me? Hey, not bad, man.
Yes. Yeah. What's going on?
Yeah, man. So based off of your logic, would you consider the sun not being good for you because it does cause cancer?
Well, no, the poison is in the dose when it comes to a lot of things, right? So, like for example, water. If you drink too much water, it'll kill you. But we obviously agree that water is not bad for us; it's needed, right? So, when it comes to the sun, sure, yeah, a little bit's totally fine. Obviously, having too much would be problematic. So that'd be a
Okay,
dose
so
problem. Yeah, that'd be a dose problem.
there would be a dose problem. So it's not
Yeah.
the raw milk dosage; it's the just the overall aspect of it being non-pasteurized is harmful for you because it puts in
The
bad bacteria in your gut. Is that the whole premise?
the very nature of it, regardless of the dose, obviously, the more you drink, the higher chance that you'll have of it, of course. So yeah, dose plays a role, but it's the very nature of it being raw, which would indicate that it would have these higher amounts of foodborne pathogens.
Okay, well then let me ask you this: what about raw meat?
Yeah, I think we should be cooking our meat as well.
We should be cooking our meat as well. Anything
Mhm.
raw, like raw veggies too, or
Yeah, so I mean, if you want, you can try to apply it to everything. I think that's the direction that you're going in. But we don't see these foodborne pathogens in vegetables. That's the issue. Now, you should still clean your vegetables. Most people would recommend that you clean your vegetables prior to eating them, washing them, right? But we don't see these. We don't see that same issue though with vegetables as you would with meat. There's a big difference between the two.
okay. And then real quick, because you're a man of stats and numbers,
Mhm.
could you tell me how many people unalived last year due to raw milk consumption?
Yeah,
Or
it's a
is that
small. Yeah, it's a small amount because very few people drink it. Like a very small percent of the population drinks it. So I don't know the number off the top of my head, but it is very small, and I'm happy that that's the case. My argument is that if you look at it on a per capita basis, like as a percentage of people who drink it, we see much higher cases with people who drink raw milk versus pasteurized when you equate for like population size. Does that make sense?
Yeah, man, it makes sense. At the end of the day, I'm just gonna keep consuming raw milk, just like you're telling this to someone who smokes cigarettes. It's like, yo, it's bad for you. It's bad for you.
Mm-hmm.
Person's gonna do what he's gonna do. If it turns out to be
Right.
bad, it'll be bad.
Okay.
But like you said, it's kind of a lottery, man. You just said it's kind of a lottery. The more you use it, the more chance that you do get sick.
Yeah, listen, I fully believe in your right to be able to put what you want in your body. I think you should absolutely be able to put anything you want in your body. So I would never want to take away that right from you. And I think, if you have the proper information, you should be able to do what you want with it. So I'm not here to stop you.
Okay. Proper information meaning personal experience or information that they tell you is information. What do you think is more
Well, I think
legitimate?
those can both coexist, right? Like if you anecdotally have never gotten sick from raw milk, that's fine. And I'm happy you didn't, but that doesn't mean that people overwhelmingly don't get sick from it versus pasteurized. That's the problem. So enough anecdotes make up data, right? Anecdotes are a form of data. It's just it's a weaker form of data in of itself. That's all it is.
Oh, okay. Well, then why is raw milk in probably one of the most healthiest stores out there? Like I go to, it's called Sprouts, and it's a pretty healthy store, and raw milk is right there, right?
So you're saying because this store is healthy or considered healthy, and they sell this product, therefore that product must be healthy?
Right. So wouldn't they have some sort of regulation that hey, if it's ungood for you, just like Mr. Doug says on TikTok, why are they selling it at their stores?
I can't answer as to why a certain corporation is selling something or not. Probably the answer is because of profit. They sell things because of profit.
Well,
That's
no,
usually the case why most people sell stuff.
if they wanted to do profit, they would intake any brand into their store to sell if they wanted profit. But it's very exclusive. You got to be a healthy brand to be at a store like that, right? So I
So
mean,
are you telling me because a company is selling something, therefore they have our best interests and it must be healthy?
if it's a healthy store, yes, they're selling healthy stuff. That's their
There's
whole brand.
Okay, but that doesn't mean every single item. There's soda in the store. Should you
Well,
be
no,
drinking soda all the time?
it's not like branded Coca-Cola soda.
It's
It's a
still
healthy
soda.
version of it. Well, it's a
How?
healthier version of soda.
What would make soda healthier?
I don't know. Aren't there like new soda pops? Like it's called like pops or something like that. That just kind of are like a healthier version. It doesn't use
I
like.
I don't know what's in it. And now, if they had less calories and less sugar, then I would say it would be healthier. But I don't know if that's the case or not. All I'm trying
Right,
to say
so
is just because an organization is selling something, I think you would agree that doesn't mean they have your best interest in mind in terms of your health or your well-being. Like, you would have to agree with that. I mean, you usually
I
make that
know.
argument all the time to me.
I mean, if it's a legitimate, branded business that's been in town, it's just like Whole Foods and Trader Joe's. They ain't selling Walmart and Walmart types of foods out there, huh? They're selling a little bit of an evoluted version of ketchup. It's not the sugary processed sugar ketchup Heinz. You're getting some quality ketchup.
Okay, I mean, I think
All I'm saying, I could see if they're selling raw milk at like a local farmer's market or like a farmer, but a store of that caliber and that size is selling raw milk. I don't think it's. I don't.
okay.
I mean, there would have
I,
to be some FDA approval, right?
but you're always the one that says we should never trust the FDA. We should never trust the government.
Well,
Now
no,
you
we
are.
shouldn't. No. We
Okay.
should never 100% put our full trust. We should always be skeptical.
Okay.
Right.
So, so you're talking out of both sides of your mouth, though. And I'm going to get to next guest in a minute. Just hang tight, guys. Keep tapping and sharing if you can, please. I'd appreciate it. I think we've had this conversation enough about raw milk. I don't think there's anything else I can say at this point to convince you that it's bad. I mean, as I said, I think you should be able to put what you want in your body. I'm not trying to stop you, but I don't think there's any other information I can give you at this point.
Okay. And last but not least, before I leave, Mr. Doug, what are your thoughts on peptides?
I think they're a relatively new thing. I think they can be promising, but we have to take it peptide by peptide. You can't just kind of group peptides all in one category, right? You have to look at each one individually as opposed to its, in terms of its pros and cons. So yeah, I think there can be some that can be beneficial, and I think it could be I think it's a very interesting field. I think there could be a lot of beneficial things that come about from peptides. But as with anything else, you got to be careful and not jump the gun on it. So I'm always
Okay,
open to new things.
Are you personally taking any peptides?
No.
No. Would you be in interest if you got a little bit more information, statistics by?
If there was something that was applicable to me, or if it filled a need or a want, I would always be open to it. I'm never against putting stuff in my body. For people that know me,
we know that. We know that. We know that.
Anything I can put in my body, why not? As long as it gives me a benefit, I'm all for. So if there's some sort of perceived benefit, and I don't think there's too many side effects, sure. There's not any that I'm aware of off the top of my head, though, that would fit that description. So, but you're always welcome to offer or bring up any to me. I'm always open. Cool.
All right, man.
All right, I'm going to bring you down. Take care. Yeah, I don't, and let's get to this next guest. I guess if I was dealing with an injury, I would take, what is it, TB 500, and what's the other one? Someone in the comments is going to say it. TB 500, BBC 157, I think it is. Those are two peptides that, from what I know about, seem to be very promising when it comes to injuries and things like that. It's not really applicable to me currently, so I don't really have a need for it. Yeah, BBC 157. I've known people that have taken both BBC 157 and TB 500 and have gotten really good results from it. Was he selling peptides? I don't know. It seems like he was getting to that point. All right, guys, we are looking for ops, okay? If you disagree with me, totally cool. Just hit the request button, come on up. Sure, mega corporations have our best interest in mind. Well, I mean, that's exactly what I was saying, Empress. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't think we can apply it to all or one either way, right? I don't think all corporations are going to either have our worst interest or best. I think what the biggest interest that corporations have in mind is making a profit. At the end of the day, that's going to be their number one interest, making a profit, right? And could they make a profit in a way where people are getting benefits from it? Sure, right? But oftentimes, when somebody's getting a profit, it's coming as a net negative of somebody's health or their well-being. Oftentimes, obviously not always, but yeah. I mean, peptides are definitely a bit overblown. I mean, again, I think some could be promising for sure, and I think they could be very interesting. But I think it does seem to be this new fad right now, peptides for sure. Can you join if you don't have TikTok? Yeah, guys, if you're watching on the tube, so all 63 people watching right now on YouTube, you guys can call on in. There's a phone number that I'm going to put here in the comments. Just go ahead and dial on that number if you want to talk, okay? Can you discount methyl blue? Yeah, methylene blue is another thing. If we're talking about like things that have been incredibly hyped up, methylene blue is just another one of those things. Of this like overhyped thing that's overpromising, under-delivering. I think a real conversation would be why high fructose corn syrup is a thing, because corn is not sweet, it has almost no sugar in it. If any of you had raw milk, tastes better immediately. As I always say, guys, I am not talking about the taste of any of the things here. I think artificial sweeteners taste shitty. This isn't about my taste preference. This is about the potential health benefits or drawbacks of said things. That's it. Yeah, when it comes to high fructose corn syrup, though, I do want to make it very clear that if we are comparing it to sugar, there's not a really big difference between the two. We're talking like a very small percentage difference. High fructose corn syrup, off the top of my head, is 55-45 of fructose glucose, or it might be the other way around. I might have it the other way around. High fructose corn syrup. Let's see. Or it's 42-55. What is it? Yeah, so high fructose corn syrup is about 55-45 to fructose and glucose. Meanwhile, if we're looking at like cane sugar, it's about 50-50. So we're really not talking a big difference. It's actually a really small difference. All right, let's get to this phone call here. Hello, how you doing?
Hey there, not too bad.
Hey, I just need to know your age. How old are you?
I'm 40.
40. All right, you having a good day?
So far, so good, I think.
Good.
I think you and I agree on a lot of things, but this is a topic I've been thinking about a lot because I've been vegetarian for about a year, and I think ethically I'm on the fence. I may be vegan soon.
Okay.
But one of the things that I keep thinking about with milk in particular is I learned from this man named Doug Flack. He's a PhD in evolutionary biology.
Okay.
He's a professor at the University of Vermont. And up until a couple of years ago, he just sold his farm to somebody who worked farmhand, basically lived on his farm for a long time working for him.
Okay.
He's a huge advocate for drinking of raw milk. And he came to my college when I was like a freshman or sophomore or something in college.
Okay.
And he was like, "Here, let's make eggnog with raw milk. Here, have some samples of raw milk." He does what's called biodynamic farming, which
Okay.
is like only growing stuff that's meant to be grown where you live, and does a lot of different types of animal husbandry, and he also makes like lacto ferment, like sauerkraut stuff.
Okay.
Anyways, we get long-winded here, but
No, you guys. So I just want just so we can get to the point. Are you saying that you believe raw milk is not bad for us, or that it's even good for us? Is that what you're trying to get at?
I don't think it's all the same. I think that's the point. I think that I'm an academic too. I got advanced degrees. I think about this pretty objectively. I think, and I don't think it's all created equal. I think if you look at like the way animals are treated in the factory farm, of course you want that milk pasteurized because animals stand in their own feces for forever. I mean,
For sure.
Animals are disgusting. Yeah. Of course, their udders are, not like they hit them with iodine before they stick that automatic milker on them.
So are you making the argument, because I hear this sometimes from people, are you making the argument that if it was sanitary, if the conditions on the farm were really like safe and clean, that then raw milk would be okay? Are you saying in that context it would be better?
Yeah, I think that there's a spectrum, like many things. That there is a spectrum. That there is a version of raw milk that people have consumed for generations without any instances of illness. It's not just like a person's anecdotal experience; it's generations of experience.
Well, so what data are you using though to say that that they didn't necessarily have any health issues? Like what are you basing that off of?
I mean, there's some of the hardiest people. I mean, I live in Vermont, and there's like so many dairies in Vermont, and I grew up around farmers that were arguing about stuff all the time. So I've heard these arguments like for forever. I personally am not a huge milk drinker, but I hear their logic and I hear their reason, and I see a lot of really strong, healthy people. And they would never do anything to put their families in harm, and they're just sort of carrying on these, I would say, mostly archaic tradition. I think that food should, especially at industrial scale, absolutely needs to be pasteurized, and there's a lot of food safety that's critically important for public health. But I also feel like we use a lot of blanket statements to just sort of put everything in the same bucket and just say, because this is actually mostly true, that now it's always true.
I see what you're trying to say. I see what you're saying. However, my argument is that that something inherently, in this case, in the case of milk, of it being raw, by the very even if the conditions are incredibly sanitary and people take care of the cows and all that stuff, there's still going to be a higher chance of getting sick from that versus pasteurized. Now, I'm sure you can mitigate it. While I don't have any data to back that up, I'm sure that's true. I would acknowledge that, but I don't think that still would offset the chances of still getting sick from it, though. And here's the kicker, though, in my opinion, that there's still no added benefits to raw milk that would offset that, anyways. So that's sort of where I'm coming from.
I totally agree with that. I think that there's ultimately, I feel like that. I think probably people shouldn't be drinking cow's milk anyways. But the raw milk argument, I think again, I just generally disagree with the mindset that even if a thing again is mostly true, that doesn't mean it's always true. And so I think that's just the sort of the examination of truth. That just because a thing is mostly true doesn't mean it always is.
I understand what you're trying to say, and I can appreciate you trying to look at the nuances of things. And again, I want to make it again very clear that I doubt there is an absolute very high chance of, if somebody drinks raw milk, that they're going to get sick. There's a lot of people who speak to me, say they've been drinking it for years and they're fine, and I have no reason not to believe them. I'm sure that is the case. I'm just operating under the idea that it's still going to put you at a higher risk, and I just don't think there's a reason to be doing it, even if that person happens to be okay and have not gotten sick yet.
Yeah, so one thing that I would, just to provide you some other perspective of his particular academic work, again, his name is Dr. Doug Flack. There's a million people out in the world. I know this is the way studies go, is that for every one study, there's going to be a bunch of studies with opposition. However, I think that his science is relatively well reasoned. I think that he, however, I also disagree with him on some points. Like I'm super pro soy, especially being a vegetarian.
Uh-huh.
I see that's one of your points. I'm also very pro soy, but he's pretty anti soy because he's so much pro cow and pro cow milk.
Gotcha.
But I mean, I volunteered for him once, and I saw one of his farmhands eating a freaking raw chicken on the porch, and I was like,
yeah, that's a little. Yeah, that's a little much.
Raw food a little too far for me.
Yeah.
A little far for me.
I've spoken with people that advocate for eating raw chicken and raw beef. Those people are out there for sure.
I used to eat raw beef. I won't do it anymore. But anyways, Doug Flack, he was a very well respected professor, very well respected farmer, very intellectual. I think some of his views probably were a little bit skewed and biased the way most people's are. But anyways, that's really all I had.
Okay.
I don't want to take this more of your time.
No, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Better content probably from better opposition because I'm not really a
Yeah. All right, man. Well, hey, yeah, I appreciate the conversation. I hope you have a good rest of the day, okay? All right. Hope you take care. Bye. All right, cool. Keep tapping and sharing, guys. And again, guys, I know we mostly agreed, but I think that was a good example as to we don't need to argue. Just come on in, just bring things up. I'll respond to you. We'll go from there. We don't need to yell or any of that shit. I really prefer not to. I'm telling you, I really prefer not to. CETOs are 100% bad for us. It's to do with how they are processed. What do you mean by that specifically? In which way are they processed that makes them inherently bad? Somnio, I don't know. I think people like the idea of finding somebody that puts out information that they enjoy. And so because of that, I think it's just easier for them to say, hey, this person who I like says these things. And I think it's just easier for them to be able to accept what they're saying or agree with what they're saying rather than it is to dissect the actual argument. It is much easier to say, hey, I like this person, therefore I'll disagree with everything that he's saying. I think we all can be guilty of that. I think all of us here, whether it's with this topic or politics, I think there's probably people that we enjoy watching, and sometimes we may fall into the mindset of just believing them because we like them, rather than is what they're saying true, or am I just agreeing with it because I like them and I agree with the other stuff that they're saying. I do that, I'm sure. I'm sure everybody does that. Parasocial, yeah, I don't know. There's probably a lot of reasons as to why that happens, but yeah, I mean, we see it all the time. People find their person that they like watching, their favorite debater, their favorite social media influencer, and they just defend them as much as they can. If you're watching on the tube, make sure if you want to come up and debate, or if you just have questions, you can do that too. You can call on in, okay? I'm putting the phone number there in the comments. You're welcome to call on up. All right. As time progresses, we continue to advance. We continue to make things better than they were before. I would agree with that. I like your approach. Thank you. Let me guess, this guy hates Jesus too. I don't really have an opinion about Jesus. This isn't a religious live anyways, so I don't really have a strong opinion about Jesus, to be honest with you. Old extraction methods for CETOs were harmless. New high volume process are a problem. Are you saying it's because of the temperature that they're heating it up to, or I'm just trying to wonder what you're saying. Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. So I'm from LA, and it's
Cool.
pretty it's the norm to only eat organic here. So I would never eat anything artificial, including soy and seed oils.
What? I'm curious. Why do you eat organic food?
Um, because it comes straight from like there's no like chemicals and like artificial like
Uh,
junk foods.
well, I hate to break it to you. There are a couple things when it comes to organic foods. One, there's no difference when we look at
We have
the
our own
nutrient.
chicken.
Let me speak, and then you can go. When it comes to nutrient profile, there is no difference between organic foods and non-organic foods when it comes to nutrient profile. And when it comes to the chemicals, quote unquote chemicals, number one, everything's a chemical, so that's sort of like a fear-mongering term to use since everything is a chemical. But they actually have these chemicals that you're referring to. Those actually can and do exist in organic foods as well. That's not a difference between the two. Now, in my opinion, the only difference between having organic food and non-organic food is one is more expensive.
Excuse me?
I don't think there's nearly enough evidence to show that one is healthier than the other. Not even remotely.
Okay, so I think you're brainwashed, but I'm not gonna come at you for that.
Well, do you
Just
have
being,
evidence that there is a big difference in its nutrient profile or its health profile
yeah,
overall?
it's proven that drinking celery and spinach juice, like this is like just one example,
Hmm?
every day includes like it's better for your skin, it's better for like your gut health, it's better for anti-inflammatory.
Compared to what?
Um,
Better for your skin compared to what?
it it's just good. I mean, like
Uh,
it's just good.
but but that has nothing to do with organic. You just said eating these vegetables or whatever is good for
But it's
us.
gonna
Yeah.
be better than a glass of Coke, obviously.
But but that's not what I'm arguing. I'm not arguing Coke is better than vegetables. I am saying that organic foods appear to be no healthier or no more nutritious or no safer than its non-organic food counterpart.
And this is why we have an obesity crisis, because you
But
people,
that has nothing to do with obesity. Why would that change obesity rates?
we bought our own farm. Like, so we didn't buy a farm, we built a farm, like in our garden, just for food. We have chickens that we get eggs
Hmm.
from. We get raw milk from cows. That's the only like two animals that we have. But what I'm saying is, it's better than going to the store and getting like eggs.
But we have to compare the same product to the same product, right? So like, if you're going to compare, because you compared like celeries and carrots to Coke, like that's apples and oranges, almost literally. Um, but if you compare its organic to its non-organic counterpart, we just don't see a difference in its health profile.
Yeah.
I mean, again, you're welcome to have them. I'm not going to stop you, but
Yeah, I believe that
I
too.
I wouldn't encourage anybody to spend significantly more money on something that we have no evidence of it being healthier.
My daddy pays for it. The city water is helping Democrats stay ill. Oh, God. Sees
I,
everything. It's crazy.
And but especially we have to consider that again, organic is very expensive compared to non-organic foods, and your average person just does not have that luxury. Now, if someone has fuck you money, sure. If you want to just err on the safe side and get everything organic, fine. But 99% of people don't have fuck you money to be able to just have the luxury to do that. In
I
which
didn't come here to sweat
case,
or anything, but you know what I mean. I
okay,
would never
so
like touch McDonald's. Like I do go to In-N-Out sometimes, but that's like a treat.
but
Yeah.
but I'm not encouraging people to go out and have fast food or anything like that, right? Like that's not my argument by any means. Um, I think we all can agree that there are foods, processed foods tend to be less healthy for us versus non-processed foods versus like whole minimally processed foods. I think we all can agree on that. But that's a separate discussion from organic versus non-organic.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna carry on eating organic, and I hope that you stay.
Okay, take care. Yeah, I stand by that. I very much stand by that. I don't think anybody. I don't think there's any good data at this point that's even remotely convincing enough that y'all should switch to organic versus non-organic. I just the evidence. Not only is the evidence not there, it's just like there's not even small amount of evidence to show that. Like it would be one thing if the data sort of like lightly suggested it, but it doesn't even. Um, But when it comes to the pesticides and things like that, I do want to make it very clear that both are still, and they should be more, but they are both very heavily regulated when it comes to those things. Like the standards are still relatively high when it comes to both. And again, I think there should be better standards, but this idea that one has no standards and one has completely strict standards just also is not true. Anyways, I hope everybody's having a great Friday. If you disagree with what I have here in the live, that Cetos artificial sweeteners and soy are not bad and that raw milk is, please hit the request button to come on up, okay? Does this person know that you can have non-organic vegetables? That guest? I don't know. I don't know if he knew that or I don't know. I just think given the fact that it's so much more expensive that we shouldn't give the impression to the general population who wouldn't be able to afford the organic version that one is significantly better when A, that's not true, and B, they wouldn't even be able to afford that anyways. Raw milk is what? Raw milk is bad. Sorry, if you read the whole thing, it makes more sense. I know it seems like it's cut off, but Cetos artificial sweeteners and soy aren't bad. Raw milk is, meaning raw milk is bad. Hopefully that makes more sense. And if you are watching in the tube, you can call on in, okay? I'm putting the phone number here in the comments. You can just dial the number if you want to debate or if you have questions. Either way, okay? Oh, we're almost at 10,000 views for this live on YouTube. So that's cool. I like to see that. Harmful chemical should be distinction. Okay. I don't want to debate. I want peace. Well, I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. I think one could debate and still have it be peaceful. A debate doesn't insinuate that it's an argument or that we're yelling or anything like that. A debate is just simply a disagreement among a topic. That's all it is. Is it diabetic? Artificial sweeteners made my life better. Well, exactly, Gray. That's one of the contexts in which I very much advocate for them are people who are diabetic. They're absolutely a very good tool to have. Imagine if we didn't have access to artificial sweeteners and you were diabetic. Imagine how much more difficult it would make certain things. Zodolite mentioned you have to be consuming absurd quantities of aspartame per day to be at risk. You're not drinking 45 plus Diet Cokes a day. Yeah, guys, again, remember the poison is in the dose. Okay? So if we're going to say product A or substance A or B, whatever is bad for us, you have to state in which context and at which dose. Because there are many things in certain doses that are totally fine for us or even good for us, and then in other doses can be harmful. So yeah, if we're going to be talking about aspartame, you're going to have to talk about the dose at which you think it's harmful. And are we getting that dose at all? Switching to zero-calorie sodas automatically make it easier to lose weight. For most people, they do. On average, we see that to be the case. Of course, there's going to be outliers, but on average, that seems to be the case. If you want to murder the population, what do you mean? Too much of anything is bad? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's probably an exception to that, but all in all, I would agree with you, yeah. Yeah, I would say for the most part, that's true. Too much of even most good things would be bad. But I wouldn't necessarily subscribe to the idea that all things in moderation are okay. Like alcohol, for example, I think more and more data is coming out that we have learned over the years in relation to alcohol, that even small amounts of alcohol can be detrimental to our health. That's not to say that you can't mitigate it by having lower amounts, and I think that's totally fine if you want to, but I think there was this idea that like 10, 15 years ago, that if you had a couple drinks a week, you would probably be pretty healthy, all else being equal. I think we know today that having even a couple drinks a week would have a statistical impact on one's health, and that you would, if you're able to, you'd be better off to cut it out completely. I drink raw milk 3 times a day. Is it supposed to make me ill? I've been doing it for 50 years. It's not that it's supposed to make you ill or not ill. It's just that the chances of it being the case are much higher than with pasteurized milk. So there is a much higher chance. That's it. What if you drink a lot and then stop several years ago? Well, yeah, your body is very resilient. But you obviously can't control the past. You only can control right now and the future. So, but it all depends. You have to weigh out what's important to you. If drinking is important to somebody in that it's part of their social life and it's part of their culture or whatever the case might be, they may not stop. They may not want to stop. They may not be able to stop. Who knows? Whatever, right? But I think somebody should be able to practice the most harm reduction that they can do in that given situation. Would it be good if everybody stopped drinking? If we wanted our health as a whole to get better? Yeah. Is that realistic? No. So it's probably better to put information out there that would cause harm reduction instead. I'm totally fine not drinking. No, that's fine. I was speaking in general, but drinking makes me anxious. It makes my anxiety terrible, so I don't. Glad there is a physical help. That's interesting. It makes your anxiety terrible. Like in the moment it does, or afterwards you get like a rebound effect. I can see you getting a rebound effect to anxiety after you have a few drinks. Let's see. Your chicken is being grown in a laboratory. Okay. Paranzoda, it's not 45. Yeah, it isn't. I think they were a little high on that estimate, but it's about 30 to 50 milligrams per kilogram per day of aspartame, which for a 150-pound person, I think is as low as 15 Diet Cokes per day. So it's still a high amount that very few people would be reaching, but I suppose it's possible. It's interesting to hear there are so many harmful effects from drinking just a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this information has come out really in the last 5 or 10 years when it comes to like moderate drinking. I'm lucky in the fact that I haven't drank in a while and I have no desire to. It's been years since I drank and I have no desire to go back to it. Why go back to it if I'm doing just fine without it? You have to be consuming an absurd. Yeah, no, you definitely have to be drinking quite a bit. I'm not saying 15 Diet Cokes is not a lot. It is. And I know very few people that would ever be exceeding that. And keep in mind, guys, it's not just one day of drinking 15 Diet Cokes. It is on a daily basis, continuously doing so. Yeah, and I'm not telling anybody once again to be drinking certain things, not be drinking certain things, to be eating or not eating certain things. I'm not here to be telling you specifically what you should be putting in your body or not. So when I'm saying this topic here, guys, I'm not saying you should be eating this or not eating this. You do what you want. It's your body. But I think it's probably important that you get good information and then you make the best decision from there. Not only that, 15 cans of Diet Coke a day, yes, that is very expensive. Also, let's keep in mind that 15 cans of Diet Coke per day is a lot of caffeine. I don't know how much caffeine there is in one Diet Coke. There's more than there is in a can of regular Coke. So I think we're probably talking about like 40-ish milligrams, maybe. Let me look it up. How much caffeine in Diet Coke? A 12 ounce has 46. So if we're looking at 15 of them, we're looking at well over 500. We're looking at whatever 46 times 15 is. It's going to be whatever between 460 and that's a lot. Yeah, 700 milligrams per day. I mean, that's not like a crazy insane amount, but it's certainly on the higher end. So I think if somebody was drinking that much Diet Coke, they would probably run into caffeine issues before anything else. Yeah, that's quite a bit. I try to keep my caffeine intake to about 200 milligrams a day or less. I don't always stick to that, but I try to. Where did the seed oil thing come from? It's hard to pinpoint exactly, but it just kind of became a trend in the late 2010s, early 2020s by certain health influencers. It just kind of became a trend type of thing, just like a lot of other things with fitness and nutrition become a trend, and it just kind of evolves and grows from there. I think it stemmed from Dr. Sean Baker, I believe was one of them, and then Paul Saladino as well. Well, the caffeine-free one tastes bad, though, Entitled. Like, I don't know why it makes it, like, you would think that wouldn't make a difference, but if you guys have ever had diet or a caffeine-free Coke, there's a noticeable difference in the taste. All right, have a good day. All right, once again, guys, we are looking for opposition. If you have been watching the live for a little bit, number one, if you can follow me, that would be great. And two, if you can like the live, share it on out on both TikTok and YouTube. Make sure, more importantly, that you follow me and subscribe. And we do now have the ability for super chats, guys, okay? We hit 1,000 subs pretty recently, so if you guys want to send in super chats, I'll read your comment that you have associated with it. Well, of course, it's not needed. I do appreciate it. Yeah, no, there is a little bit of a difference with the caffeine-free version. What's up, Snitch? How you doing? What's been new? If anybody's just joining, I hope you guys are having a great day. I'm looking for people to debate with. So if you disagree with the background, come on up, hit the request button, let's have a good conversation. The shoulder is good. It seems to be mostly okay. I don't really feel it much, just kind of moving my arm around and stuff like that. It seems to be, I don't know if I want to put a number to it, but I would say it's like 90% normal. Like, if I didn't know any better, I probably wouldn't be able to tell that I heard it 2 weeks ago. What does raw milk mean in this context? Not pasteurized. Not pasteurized. I'm still pushing this misinformation. Well, Cognitive, if when I'm saying this misinformation, this is the perfect opportunity for you to come on up so we can have a debate on it. So I'd love for you to come on up and provide evidence to the contrary. Hey, Snatch, how are you?
I just wanted to say that's really fantastic that your shoulder's doing better. I was low-key twinning with you because I also injured my shoulder.
Oh, did you? How did that happen? What happened?
I did the exact same thing as you did. I actually pulled my supraspinatus, and I felt the exact same pain you
Was it, did you, so it felt like so it was like a crack or a pop type of thing when it happens, or
Yeah.
Cause that's what it was. It just sounded like it was like a joint popping, like like when you like crack your knuckles. That was interesting that it happened to you. That's weird. What a coincidence.
Yeah.
When did this happen? How recently?
I want to say like 4 days ago while I was in New York. It was like or actually technically Pittsburgh, but we were on our way back from New York from seeing family, and it must have been just due to like sleep deprivation combined with like sitting in a car for so long. But my entire shoulder like just said nope. Then I looked back at our conversation. I'm like, this is so interesting. I think I did the exact same thing you did.
Well, I guess that's good in the sense that you now know what it is. Now it's not a mystery.
Yeah.
So that's good.
I will say I'm getting a cortisone shot for it. So if I was about to say, like, if you do feel any more pain, it helps drastically.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Ooh, we have a guest. Cognitive, hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hey, I seem to know your age. How old are you?
Yeah, 40.
All right. And what do you disagree with in the prompts?
Well, yeah, that's just complete propaganda, misinformation.
Okay. So we'll just start with the first one. Why do you believe seed oils are harmful?
How many people that had congestive heart failure, autism, not autism, correction, what was it called? Alzheimer's.
Alzheimer's.
And is it Alzheimer's? Alzheimer's and what else?
Alzheimer's.
Alzheimer's and dementia went up in the 80s and 90s when we started to introduce seed oils into the market.
No,
Why
so
did that
dementia
happen?
is a symptom.
No, it's actually not. So real quick,
Yeah, it is.
real quick, honey.
Well, hold on.
One person at a time.
Hold on.
No. Hold on. Real quick, we're going to level the playing field here.
You're
going to show a bit of respect.
We are, and we're going to make it very clear.
One more time.
We're going to make it very, very clear here. Okay. I want to have a debate / conversation, but you're not going to call her honey. We're not going to do that. Okay. So you can run, which you just did, and she's still going to respond to you. And by the way, it's Alzheimer's, not Alzheimer's.
Yeah, it's Alzheimer's. And also, it should be mentioned that dementia is a symptom. That's why you say that somebody has dementia with Alzheimer's. Like, it's a part of it. And Alzheimer's is predominantly related to misfolding of proteins in the brain, resulting in what's called beta amyloid plaques, which are basically proteins that cause other proteins to misfold, very similar to prion diseases. So if you've ever heard of mad cow disease, Creutzfeldt-Jakob syndrome, Jakob syndrome, and I believe there's like frontotemporal dementia, like there's different types of dementia because dementia is a symptom. It's not a specific, it is a pathology, but it's a symptom of a pathology. And it's not due to polyunsaturated fat or necessarily saturated fat. It's just due to misfolded protein. So it would have nothing to do with seed oils. For congestive heart failure, that can be due to a multitude of things. Again, it's not yes, heart failure in and of itself is considered a condition, but like dementia, it's due to various other diseases, whether it's atherosclerosis, could be due to congestive heart failure, might be due to the ongoing occurrence of an arrhythmia or something, which results in decreased ejection fraction or something like that. When we're talking about what causes heart failure, there's multiple diseases. It's not just one. So you can't attribute something that's caused by multiple diseases to one singular thing, especially when it's predominantly saturated fat and cholesterol that causes heart disease in the first place.
God, it's so annoying how confidently wrong some of these people are. It's not even the fact that they're wrong. I mean, it is that. It's the confidence behind it. The confidence and arrogance. Yeah, Joel, if you think I'm wrong, then you're welcome to come on up and we can have a debate. That's totally fine. That's literally the point of the live. I expect for people to come in and think I'm wrong because this is geared towards people who disagree with me. But if you're not going to come up and debate or provide evidence, then what are we doing here? So I don't know what to tell you. But hey, guys, if you can keep tapping and sharing, that'd be great. Make sure you guys give Scientific Snitch a follow if you can. She's got great information. Show a little bit of support if you can via gifts. While it's not needed, it is appreciated. I don't know why they leave, though, the moment they get muted, when they overtalk. It's not like I muted him unprompted. It was specifically because of the way that he was talking.
And it wasn't even all that. It the way he was talking, why was he surprised that he got muted in the first place?
I don't know. I think they have free reign to be able to just say and talk however they want. I mean, maybe in their own life, but if you're not going to go up here and talk that way. So who are they? You mean neutral? Or wait, so what are they? You mean neutral? They're definitely not healthy. Well, again, I think it's important that we don't put things on a binary system in terms of it just being all good or all bad. I think we have to look at things in the context of it being more nutritious, less nutritious, things like that. So taking that into account, yeah, I mean, again, it's going to be context dependent, but It depends on sort of what you're comparing it to, though. Simon, I don't know if I'm saying your name right, but Simon. It depends on what we're comparing it to.
I would also say that seed oils are a source of essential fats, and specifically a better source than most other oils, including but not limited to olive oil. So, in most contexts, they're actually necessary because you need these polyunsaturated fats like omega-6s in order to survive.
Yeah, so Simon, if you want to come up, if you disagree with that, you can come on up. But yeah, so when I'm talking about seed oils, this is just me. I'm talking about it in reference or in relation to like butter and beef tallow and other alternatives that people may typically use instead. That's what I'm referencing specifically. I don't think it would be fair to compare seed oils to some unrelated product or whatever. I'm comparing it to a like product in a like situation. If that makes sense, Simon. All right, guys, if you can keep tapping and sharing, that'd be great. Get Snitch a follow there in the bottom right. And just hit the request button at the bottom if you want to debate. If you're on the tube, you can just dial on the phone number that's in the comment section.
By the way, really cool thing that I started doing because I've been trying to find a cheaper source of vitamin D than salmon is I've been putting some mushrooms in a box with a 15% UVB light. And apparently, if you put them gill side up, mushrooms can have just as much, if not more, vitamin D than salmon.
What is it that has more vitamin B?
Vitamin D. If you expose mushrooms gill side up to a UVB and UVA light, you can basically cause the ergosterol inside of them to convert into vitamin D2. And the amount equivalent in dried mushrooms is significantly more than what you would get from salmon. So to make a cheaper alternative, I've been exposing my mushrooms to UVB light, which is it's so cool.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'll address this comment. Somebody, let's see their comment. It said nearly 3 times, specifically 2.96 times the risk of, what is this, of suffering a stroke compared to those who drank less than 1 diet soda per week. What's the study you're talking about? The Framingham Heart Study? I don't know that study off the top of my head. It says 1 can or more per day increased nearly 3 times the risk of developing Alzheimer's disease as well as stroke. I can pull up that. Yeah, somebody wants me to talk about it. I guess they referenced it in the comments. I don't know that study off the top of my head. I can pull it up though.
If it's the study I think they're talking about, that's not even referring to artificial sweeteners. But if it's a new study or by the same author, then that might be talking about it. But even so, it would be considered reverse causality if it's associated, because individuals who consume artificial sweeteners are more likely to consume them, not necessarily because they are at risk for disease or anything like that, but because individuals who are trying to lose weight are more likely to consume these drinks because they're known to help with weight loss, and people who are already that weight are at a higher risk of stroke and heart disease. So it's considered reverse causality, where it's not the artificial sweeteners causing these diseases, it's the condition that they're already predisposed for. They're just more likely to consume them based off of advertisements. Yeah,
100%. Yeah, I mention that pretty often because people do come in and they'll often mention studies that that show or suggest that. But yeah, I say the same thing, that people who tend to have other unhealthy lifestyle habits have a higher tendency to have these things to begin with anyways. All right. Depends on the sweeteners. Yeah, so if you want to respond to that, I don't know how to say your name, Paranzoda, I guess your name is. You can also just call on in if you want, if that's easier. The phone number's there. You can dial it on them. Somebody said there's much better sources for omegas than seed oil.
There's actually not, because most sources actually don't provide you with both a a sufficient amount of omega-3 and omega-6. Usually it's one or the other. A good example of this is like walnuts or salmon, where you get a lot of omega-3s, and that's fantastic, but you also need a good amount of omega-6, and they're not the best sources for omega-6. And as far as like olive oil goes, it's a great source for monounsaturated fats like oleic acid, but the problem with that is that your body already makes oleic acid. So it's not really providing you with the essential polyunsaturated fats like omega-6 and omega-3, which our bodies cannot make because we don't have the desaturase enzymes that can desaturate fatty acid positions beyond the 12th one.
Mogmai says, I mean, you clearly don't drink raw milk. Just look at you. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but I don't know why you guys always do that. I don't understand why you guys think that because of the way somebody looks, that means they must eat a certain way or not eat a certain way. It's just one of the laziest arguments ever. It's a very lazy argument.
I must not look like I drink raw milk because I'm not paralyzed from the waist down.
I mean, that works in that sense. Yeah, Blade Runner. I don't know if she's saying that you have to have all of those omegas all in one spot. I don't think that's what she's saying.
Saying
but
it's more efficient.
yeah.
So like when you say it's a better source of omegas, you want it to be efficient, meaning that you would want to have all of your omegas in one go. That's what it means to have a really good source of omegas. So if you're only getting one of the omegas you need, then it's not a great source of omegas because you still need more sources.
Yeah, Chris. Yeah, Chris, she's saying it's more efficient in the sense that you're just able to get them all from that source. It's easier in that sense. That's all she's saying.
Yeah, like when you say something's a good source of omegas, I'm assuming you're meaning that you're getting everything you need, not like a quarter of what you need and then you still need more omegas. Like that's not, I wouldn't consider that a great source of omegas.
I don't make my whole personality about politics and Donald Trump. The reason why you think that is because the only time you ever see me is when I do live streams on this. So by default, anytime you see me, you're going to associate me with that. But 95% of my day, even more, is not made up of me talking about these things. So I think you're just getting confirmation bias there by always seeing me when I'm talking about these things. I mean, for anybody that knows me in person in real life, I don't, outside of my live streams, I actually try to minimize talking about politics personally, just because I need a break from it. But you're welcome to think otherwise. That's fine. How is it none of these men eat McDonald's? Okay. Do you all think a well-constructed vegan diet is one of the most quote-unquote optimal diets for health? Compared to what? Just compared to the standard American diet or just in general?
I would say it's equivalent to a well-balanced omnivorous diet that is largely plant-based because there's really no clinically meaningful difference that I could think of. Obviously, individuals who consume a more plant-based diet are going to have better health outcomes. That doesn't mean that you can't consume a majorly plant-based diet and every now and again have some animal products. Let's say you're like me and you're celiac or you're allergic to soy. It might be helpful or more affordable.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but for anybody that's a carnivore in the comment section, I don't think there's a way in which you can construct that diet that would make that optimal for one's health. I mean, at that point, I just wouldn't be the carnivore diet anymore. Like, I don't really think there's anything that you can do at that point. Like, there's changes you make with a plant-based diet for sure to make it slightly better, but I don't think you can do that with the carnivore diet. I think by the very nature of it, you're going to be running into issues. technically removing meat and replacing it with plant-based proteins is better. Well, for what context, Spaniel? Are you talking for just protein sake and protein sake only, or? Mr. Big Johnson, I don't disagree. I don't. Well, I did this topic before. I did speak about the ethics of a vegan diet. I myself am not a vegan. I'm just not a vegan. But I do think from an ethical standpoint, it's probably better. But I agree. I don't think I can't get myself to be able to do it at this point in time. Maybe in the future I can, but it's just not something I feel I can do at the moment. It's very possible for me. I mean, it's not like I don't eat tons of animal-based stuff anyways, as is. Oh, well, to some degree I do, because I do have a lot of dairy. That would be the hardest part for me to change, because I get a lot of my protein from dairy. Like the vast majority of my protein comes from milk, yogurt, whey protein, like well over half. So yeah, it's possible for sure. I just don't have the motivation right now to do it.
I'm currently pretty much vegetarian, namely because of my vitamin D mushrooms, but that's only because I figured out that setup.
You don't have much animal-based stuff anymore at this point?
Pretty much nothing aside from like yogurt.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be tough for me to stop. Just live without sugar? I mean, why though? Like, what would be the incentive to? Are you talking added sugars, or are you talking what sort of sugars are you referring to? I don't think there's a reason at all to try to construct the diet so that you have not only no added sugars, but just no sugars in general. I don't think there would be a reason to do that. All sugars are bad? I would disagree. Yeah, so I think people need to consider
Sugars
a few
are not
things.
bad.
Yeah, I think you guys need to consider a few things when it comes to this. I think we all can agree that eating large amounts of sugar is going to be problematic, but there's certainly going to be an amount in which you would be totally fine as long as you're otherwise healthy. So I think giving people the insinuation that you need to have no sugar to be totally healthy with a diet, I think it gives really, really poor expectations. Because number one, that's not sustainable. I know very few, if any, that can just have a no sugar diet. Like that would be very difficult to do, and I just don't think it's needed either. But yeah, I mean, of course, if you want to be as healthy as you can, you're going to have to minimize added sugars. But there's still an acceptable limit in which you would be fine. I'd rather refer myself as a soy boy. I say it jokingly. I just play into it because you guys love to use that term. So I just play into it at this point. But I don't go out of my way to have soy or not have soy. It's just not something I think about. I really don't have it often, but it's not something I think about when I do.
I also think it's rather childish to be so scared of soy products that you're like scared of being called a soy boy. Like it's pretty like tofu is good if you make it the right way. Just admit you can't cook at that point.
What makes you fat? Sugar does not inherently make people fat. Not at all. If you're in a caloric surplus, sure. And it is easy to overeat on sugar, I'll give you that. But you can still be at maintenance or deficit while having some sugar. Easily you can do that.
I'd also mention that considering most Americans are consuming around 1,000 calories over the recommended daily intake of 2,000 calories, that's probably the more likely reason for obesity in America than just sugar.
Yeah. Where's the greatest percentage of those calories coming from? So I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong. Hasn't sugar, or at least carb intake, over the last couple, like 10, 20 years, hasn't that gone down? I would have to
Yeah,
look
it's
at it.
mostly saturated fat and
Yeah, that makes sense.
saturated fat and some refined carbs, but like pretty much mostly saturated fat.
Yeah, 3,000 calories. Yeah, the average person is having like 32 to 3,500 ish calories, somewhere in that range, something like that, which is a crazy, crazy amount. That's way above what your average person would need. So yeah, that would be why we have an obesity problem, why people are gaining weight. And yes, once again, sugar makes it easy in some cases to have excess calories, but as was just stated, most of that is coming from fats. Are you like slow or something? I don't know what that means. What makes people fat? Calorie surplus, low fiber, saturated fat, low nutrient. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to be the surplus, but yeah, the other things that you mentioned certainly would play into that surplus. Yeah, having low fiber, that's going to be associated typically, I would imagine, with people having higher amounts of calories. Fats are 9 calories per gram, so sure, it's easy to get a lot of calories in by having a lot of fats. And stuff being low nutrient, it's probably not going to be as filling, so yeah. We get enough carbs? Yeah, I mean, but you're going to have to take it on an individual basis, though. It depends on the individual. Again, guys, if you disagree with the prompt, hit the request button if you're on TikTok. It's there at the bottom left. And if you're watching on the tube, you can call on in, dial that phone number that's in the comments. Salt is the main problem with soy sauce. Why? It's not that hard. Try not to become addicted to it from the first place. I don't know what that means. Are you talking about sugar?
I would say I do agree with the notion that salt is extremely overconsumed in America and is probably one of the leading causes of like heart disease. Hypertension is really bad, and a lot of Americans have it, likely because of overconsumption of salt. And a big reason for this is because like common foods like pizza, burgers, they all contain a really high amount of salt, and hypertension is very bad if you're trying to avoid heart disease.
Why would you not choose a natural sweetener? Are you talking as opposed to an artificial sweetener? Yeah, I think I would just be careful of the natural fallacy, Beastmaster. Remember, just because something is natural, that does not inherently mean it's healthier, and just because something is artificial, that does not inherently mean it's less healthy. You're welcome to have, if you're talking about any natural sweeteners, yeah, you're welcome to have them if you want. I mean, nobody's stopping you. I just don't think you should base the health effects of something off of it being natural or not. How is raw milk bad? Because you are having small amounts of poop and blood when you are drinking that milk from the cow that you should probably avoid. Aspartame doesn't cause cancer, it's just gross. I agree, it is gross. I do agree with that. Wait.
I like
Let me
aspartame
get
though.
this straight. I don't like the taste of it. I think it's gross, but that's
To
just
each
me.
their own.
What is this? You're trying to convince people that sometimes humans have consumed for literally the entirety of humans is bad for them? Yeah, James, yeah, are you insinuating that because humans did something for thousands, tens of thousands of years. Therefore, that was the most optimal thing they could have done for their health. I promise you, early humans were not concerned or even understood the concept of optimizing their health, quote unquote. That was not something they even had the concept of. It's not something they were concerned with. They ate what they had access to. That's it. So just because we did things for a long period of time, that does not mean it was the best for our health by any means. It's what we had. So yeah, I am saying that what we have done for a while wasn't the best. Yeah, for sure. No, I am not saying highly processed foods are just fine. I don't know. I don't understand how you guys get that from what I'm saying. Nothing about my prompt, nothing about anything I have said has ever insinuates that processed foods are fine and that you should be eating lots of it. There's nothing that I've said that would indicate that's my position. And you're going to apply this to humans, and you might as well apply this to the calf.
Humans are not cows.
What are they trying to get at?
That cows can consume raw milk, specifically their own raw milk. Like we're not cows, so that point is null and void. We can consume raw human milk, but raw cow milk is different because cows have a different gut microbiome.
Artificial sweeteners are the definition of processed, though. Yeah, but I'm not making the claim that just because something is processed, that means inherently it's bad. I would agree that processed foods in general are things we should probably minimize. I don't deny that, but you can't just use that as an end-all, be-all for every single thing that is processed. And the issue is the term process is sort of subjective to some degree, right? Like, where are you going to draw the line at where something is processed versus not? Like, cooking something technically is processes it. So if you want to be pedantic, you can say that's a processed food if somebody wanted to, but I don't think most people would say that. Someone says, I feel sorry for whoever is dating this girl. I think she's just doing fine. I think she's been in a relationship for quite a while. All right, guys, if you can keep tapping and sharing, that'd be great. We are looking for debates. So if you do disagree with the prompt, great, come on up, hit the request button, or you can dial on in the phone number that's in the comment section of YouTube.
Just for context, I've been in a relationship for like 4 years and I'm very happy. So I don't think that anyone's complaining here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure you guys have been together for a while. We evolved to drink milk. Again, guys, I want to make it clear I'm not against milk in general. I'm talking specifically about raw milk. How does raw milk cause harm to the human body? I mean, we can certainly dive into that if you want. Jared, would you like to come on up? We can have a conversation about it. There's a lot of pathogens within the food that can be harmful to you if you drink it. Maybe not the first time you drink it, maybe not the second time, but the chances are greatly increased over pasteurized. Yeah, but Ethan, I'm not talking about the taste of something here. If you like the taste of it, fine. You're welcome to drink it, but this is not about the taste of any foods or drinks. This is about the health effects or drawbacks.
Yeah, and raw milk has been documented to cause harm to the human body, specifically the infant human body, hence why infant mortality was so high in the 1940s.
Somebody said they trust a farmer over a scientist. Vinny, why would a farmer inherently know about the science of said things that they're putting in their body? Like, I don't see how that translates.
Farmers usually pasteurize their milk because they recognize how dangerous it is. In fact, I come from two families of farmers. One has a farm in Italy. The other one just recently sold their farm in the Philippines, but they had a farm for over 50 years. And in both of those farms, they pasteurized their milk because when they didn't, their babies couldn't move anymore because they got paralyzed from Campylobacter. So, yeah. There's that. And Amish farmers, we don't actually have much medical records on them, so they do get sick. We just don't see it.
Nuno, I invited you on up. I saw your comment about seed oils. I encourage you to hit the accept button. And guys, if you're going to mention Amish people, you're going to have to provide data to show, if you're going to insinuate that they're healthier. I don't know where you guys get that from, but you're going to have to provide data for that. You can't just say they're healthier and then not provide data to show that to be true.
It's Campylobacter, and Campylobacter is you can look up Mary Tardif's story, but you can also look up Guillain-Barré syndrome, which is what is caused by Campylobacter. I would believe it's around 30% of Guillain-Barré cases are due to Campylobacter infections. And Campylobacter is predominantly caused by unpasteurized dairy products and raw animal products. It's found in the gut microbiome of healthy cows. And as a result, what happens is Guillain-Barré syndrome can paralyze you from the waist down, which is what happened to Mary Tardif. And she had over $1 million in medical debt. So unless you want to end up like her, highly recommend pasteurizing your milk. And as I said, it's naturally in a cow's gut microbiome. So even if you get it from a healthy, quote unquote, cow, you're still at risk for Campylobacter.
What's this comment here? The concept of a healthy diet not being understood is ridiculous to me. Just eat lots of, I don't know what, I think you misspelled it. Chicken, fish, are you saying vegetables, nuts, berries, occasional sweet fruit? Yeah, I mean, no, I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying in the sense that, yeah, we clearly know what would make up a good diet overall versus not. People insinuating that like we don't know what is healthy versus not just simply isn't true. We have a very good understanding of this.
Thanks to scientists.
Yes. Like we have a very good understanding of what is healthy versus not. And yes, there are going to be small differences between people's needs and things like that, but like in reality, guys, we're not talking about major differences between what person A needs versus person B needs in terms of like their overall like diet. There'll be small differences based on like preferences and things like that, but yeah, like when people say everybody's different, I think that's just like a cop out to just not adhere to what some of the research says. Yeah, everybody is different, but like we as humans all still need certain things to survive. What is this? It's milk in its natural state. But Ethan, what does that mean though? Like, why is that important to mention? What do you mean in its natural state, and why is that relevant? Ku, you can just come on up. Why don't you just debate the topic of seed oils and artificial sweeteners and soy rather than just doing whatever it is that your comment said? If you really think that soy and artificial sweeteners and all that is bad for us, you should just debate us. Okay, well, if you're at work, then you shouldn't be leaving comments in the comment section. Again, guys, I don't think it's a coincidence that every time I do this topic here, everybody who disagrees, like 99.9% of the time, never accept the invites, and when they do come on up, they don't have research to back it up. It's probably not a coincidence.
Also should be mentioned that these are the same kinds of people who complain so much about scientists, but then the second that they get an infection, they go straight to the doctor's office for antibiotics.
Yeah, Craig or what Keegan, whatever your name is. Yeah, I know what venison is. I thought you misspelled it for a second. So,
I wouldn't touch venison with a 10-foot pole just because of the whole mad cow disease and everything.
have you ever had venison before? It does taste really good. Although I know it's not a good enough
I've
reason.
had
It
it
does
once.
taste good though.
I've had it once, but ever since I've learned about prion diseases, I've abstained from it.
Yeah, Koo, every time I do this topic, I have multiple people in the comments say that soy increases estrogen. Yet
It does
nobody, and I mean nobody, has ever provided a single study to show that it does increase estrogen. So maybe you would be the first, Koo. Why don't you just be the first person to provide that study? You're not going to. I guarantee you're not going to.
Just
You
putting
don't
the
get
Google.
infections from going to the doctor. Sorry, I was just reading a comment.
He doesn't get infections or goes to the doctor. I'm
That's
sure
what I was
your
reading,
5-year-old self who got infections would love to disagree with that because pretty much every single kid has gotten an infection before. No, just venison because prion disease primarily affects wild deer.
All right. Soy doesn't really like your deal. All right. So somebody says, especially vegans need to read more about how they can get most of nutrition from their diet, as plants contain phthalates and oxalates. Ugh.
I'm getting plenty of nutrition from my diet. My blood work looks fantastic, and I'm pretty much vegetarian, so.
I would say that's the thing that bothers me the most with some of this stuff is that we have people now who truly believe that eating vegetables is bad for us. Like, out of all of the misinformation, disinformation out there, that's the one that annoys me the most. That somehow we got to that point.
It's just a bunch of kids who don't like eating their vegetables.
Unfortunately, sometimes I speak to, like, I rarely come across these people. I speak to people about some of the other things that we speak on, but sometimes I have spoken to older people, though, that even subscribe to that idea, which is wild. It's just, like, I just don't know how we've gotten to this point where people have managed to convince themselves that eating vegetables is bad for us. If you don't like vegetables, just say you don't like vegetables. Don't try to fucking twist the science to justify it.
Yeah, also, if you just cook the vegetables that you consume, you get rid of most of the oxalates and phthalates. In fact, that's literally what I did. I just cooked a crap load of vegetables, and so they're going to contain very little phthalates and oxalates as a result.
Manedo and YouTube, yeah, I believe that's what she just said. They said, I'm a vegetarian, bro. It's a fact that spinach contains oxalates. To minimize that, you have to boil it and pair it with some calcium-rich food.
That's all you got to do. It's really easy.
Fruits are better than vegetables anyway. Well, in which way though? They're just different though. I don't think you can necessarily compare them. They're just different. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like it would be very difficult to have a diet that doesn't include any vegetables and still be able to get everything in that you need. I mean, maybe you can do it, but I think that'd be very difficult to do. Meat contains everything you need.
It doesn't.
No. Where
It doesn't
do you
contain
guys
vitamins.
get this from? Where do you guys get this from? I just feel like some of you guys hear your favorite influencer say something and you just buy into it. You don't bother to question it or anything. Like that's just not a true statement. What about fiber? You can't get that from meat. Well, Tiffany, unfortunately, these are the same people that think we don't need fiber. So it's unfortunate, but yeah. This is a guy that uses studies to say that raw milk is worse than Coca-Cola, right? I've never compared raw milk to Coca-Cola. Those are things I would never compare because they're just two different things. I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. Gray, yeah, I don't know what their bowel movements are like if they're not getting fiber for that long of a period of time. Who knows? Eat fruits, dairy, and meat, and you are healthy. Yeah, I mean, you would still need to get enough fiber, though. And yeah, you could from fruit and some other stuff, but it may be a little difficult at that point to get everything.
By the
Remember,
way,
guys, hit
here's
the request button if you can, please. Yeah, good. What were you saying?
rooms will absorb more of the UVB from this lamp here. So I don't want to, if I turn it on, it exposes them to UVB and they absorb it. And so they change a little bit of color here, which is how I know that it worked. And so they contain more vitamin D as a result.
The other chat platform I'm on for people on the tube, I'm on TikTok. That's the other one I'm on. Just FYI. Once again, guys, we are looking for debates, though, okay? I know right now we're just kind of conversing right now. That's because we don't have an opposition on up. But I really prefer to have a guest on up so we can have debates. I think that's probably what the viewers want. That's what I want, personally. So if you disagree, just hit the request button or call on in. Either way. You would say it's a bad diet. I live in a Mediterranean area. Here it's very common to eat raw meat, vegetables, and raw milk. Yeah, I would not be having raw milk and raw meat. I would not do that. I'm debating anything that's on screen or anything related to it. It doesn't have to be those specific things, but yeah, if you think raw milk is good, I'll debate that. If you think Cetos, artificial sweeteners, and soy are bad, I'll debate that. We can have debates over food coloring. We can talk about that. We can talk about carnivore versus like a vegan diet or plant-based. That's fine. Anything as it relates to this, I'm fine talking about. In the mountains, I used to drink directly from cows and goats. I can be a questionable person. Like, I would love to have you explain to me your comfort with artificial sweeteners. Yeah, Beast Master, you can come on up if you want. We can talk about it. Here, I'll invite you on up. You can just hit the accept button. Yeah, Mars, that's fine too. You can come on up in a bit. Hey, Beast, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. I just need to know your age for TikTok terms of service, please.
1,000 years old. I flew on pterodactyls at kindergarten.
Okay.
Over my 41. So
All right, I appreciate you.
I have a question though. Like, what is it?
Sure.
Why are you so comfortable with artificial sweeteners? Like, just the idea, the idea of the untested. If you go science based, you don't want to go with things that you just don't understand the impacts over time.
But
And
they
I,
are
as a
tested.
historian, really quickly, I would like to give you an example. So lucite, plastic, right? Lucite was created and everybody was like, ooh, new age, it's great. Well, they found out in the last, 50 years as people had it that it off gases and it can poison people. So if you have like a lucite collection, like be they buttons or purses or anything that was made in lucite in the short period that lucite was made, if you don't air out your collection space, you can die. And that's just from us not knowing over time what will happen over time. So
but they
maybe
are
testing
tested.
over time would be better
But
and
they are
seeing first.
tested. But they are tested.
They've been studied for a while, Beast. So this may come as a surprise, but aspartame and sucralose have been studied since the 60s and 70s, if I'm not mistaken.
Also,
Yeah,
it should be
I
mentioned.
believe you.
Wait. So I just want to address some common myths and misconceptions about artificial sweeteners. So according to an umbrella meta-analysis that was conducted in 2025, the findings of this umbrella review do not support a significant association between artificial sweeteners intake and overall cancer risk, and it actually has protective effects limited to gynecological cancers. The PMID for this is 409-88757. Now, there's two other studies that I actually have on a document. You can go, if you go to my link in bio, scroll to the bottom, sources
you
for
for that.
discussion under the tab for artificial sweeteners. I have over 15 studies demonstrating, and it's not just studies. They are meta-analyses of multiple studies. So this is not just one study, it's a study on multiple studies to understand the current consensus of the scientific literature in humans. And across all of the different metrics, it does not seem to cause any increased risk of chronic disease. In fact, the current associations that may be related between artificial sweeteners and chronic disease, such as like heart disease, are more so related to a reverse causality, which is basically the understanding that individuals who are overweight or obese are more likely to consume artificial sweeteners because of the way that they're advertised. And these individuals are at a higher risk for cardiovascular disease due to the fact that they are diagnosed with obesity and have excess adiposity, which is known to cause cardiovascular disease via several mechanisms, including but not limited to increasing the amount of lipids that are in the bloodstream, which can result in oxidized LDL, HDL, as well as VLDL, which promotes atherosclerotic plaque development inside of arteries. And that's one of the predominant causes of heart disease in America. And so it's not necessarily these artificial sweeteners. In fact, artificial sweeteners are actually more likely to improve weight loss outcomes. And according to a very recent SWEET study, they've actually improved the gut microbiome in a favorable way, likely due to helping with weight loss. As far as like glycemic responses go, there's no evidence to suggest in both 2023 and 2025, as well as multiple randomized double-blinded crossover clinical trials, that artificial sweeteners have any impact on the glycemic response. So saying that there's no evidence is entirely incorrect and a naive interpretation of the current literature, as there is plenty of literature suggesting that they are safe and
I didn't say there was no evidence. I was
methods
asking you
for
guys.
research. You said
I'm
that there was no
literally
evidence.
genuinely asking. I didn't say there was no evidence for anything.
You
I am
did.
asking. I'm
You
genuinely
did.
asking you
But
guys,
you
and I'm
did.
coming in good faith. So
Well, you did say that there was no evidence.
no, I didn't. But okay.
Okay. Well, either way, hopefully you get some information there. That was a little bit helpful there.
I did
Um,
actually, and I
okay.
will check out your sources. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions, Beast, or any other stuff that you wanted to bring up?
No, I'm actually about in the process of disconnecting. Thank you so much, though. Okay.
Okay. Take care. Okay. Have a good one. All right. Mars, I want to respond to a couple of your comments. Let's see. What is your comments? What's addictive and poisonous, Mars? What were you referring to? Hey guys, remember, hit the request button if you're opposition, all right? It's there at the bottom of the screen. All right, there's a lot of comments to respond to, especially here on YouTube. Okay, here. Anything not natural is poison. And, yeah, and in YouTube, if you want to call on in and explain that, I'd love for you to be able to do that, okay? What do those two things have to do with each other? Something being natural and it being poisonous, or vice versa. All right, let's get to the next guest. We are looking for ops. Ooh, Mars coming on up. What's up, Mars? How you doing?
Hey, what up, everybody?
Hey.
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay. What's going on?
So I came up because I don't want to really talk about any diets or whatever, just about the raw milk thingy. Like, as I said, I come from the mountains in the Balkans. And I mean, we never really had a lot of data, internet, or studies, whatever. We had only our lands and our farms or whatever, so we based our lives. Sorry for the church.
You're right.
We based our lives off of what we knew was correct, right? So we just went with nature. As I said, my family, that's what I refer as we don't like supermarket products. Like for me, growing up as I did, drinking like I live in Italy, by the way, so the food here is not that bad, but still, when I go to the supermarket, I buy vegetables, fruits, milk, like meat. All these products seem like they're not actually what they're selling you. Like, I get fruits that taste like fucking plastic or nothing. I get the milk
This
and
is
Would,
actually very
it
funny.
feels like water with
Mar- Mars,
powdery milk. It's not even
what's your
milk.
overall point? What are you trying to get at? It. Hold on. First of all, that background noise is. I know you're not in control of it, but it's really loud. Two, what are you trying to get at? I just want to if you can try to get to your point if possible, Mars. Just go ahead and
Yeah, so that, in my opinion, like whatever is distributed, not everything, but most things are just altered in a way that it's not totally, how do you say it? How do you say it? What the fuck? Project. Like when you have a project, you do. I cannot find the word, bro. It's not meant totally to be safe for us. I think it's more meant for the economy than for
This
our
is very
safety. You get what I mean? Like, I get it.
no.
Like
I don't
soy.
because
Hold on,
I
Mars.
actually
Let's Snitch
sorry,
go.
wait.
Hold on, Mars. Let Snitch respond because you've been talking for a little
yeah.
bit. Go ahead,
So
Snitch.
this is very funny because my family's out. Half of my family is from the Balkans. In fact, I went to Sicily the other year to meet up with my family who owns a farm and lives out in basically the boonies of Chimina. And they live off of their farm as well. And you know what they do on a daily basis is they pasteurize their milk. And when they get sick, they go to the doctor and they get antibiotics because they recognize that bacterial infections are actually rather high in Balkan states. Specifically, raw milk contamination is very prevalent in Romania. It's very prevalent in Italy. And specifically contamination of Brucella and Campylobacter, and Brucella is particularly dangerous, as you can't necessarily tell whether a cow is infected with Brucella, and Brucella can lead to heart valve transplants, because the bacteria will infect your heart valves and make it so that way your heart doesn't work the way it should work. And so, you see, as somebody who also has family there, my experience is that they do pasteurize their milk. They just don't really refer it to the same like words. It's just they do it because that's what they've learned from their family. It's not a matter of, we're trying to do things the natural way. No, they just do it because that's what they've learned works, and learned does not cause illness.
Yes, can I answer quickly? Like, I don't want to come out as a person that says only drink raw milk. Like, we boil it too, but we too
That's
we still have
pasteurization.
two.
That's
Yes,
pasteurization.
yes, but we have two stacks. You know, it's always like the fresh raw milk that we drink that day, and that's it. And the other one just go for stocking.
Yeah, nobody
obviously
in my Sicilian family ever did that because when they did do that, they got sick.
How are the bells still going off?
But we.
Mars,
I'm sorry, but here.
I know you're not control. How are the bells going off for that goddamn long?
It's the weekend, so the church is just like do this for 5 minutes straight, whatever. Yes, but I don't want to come out as a person that says only drink it and drink it always. But I think if it comes from, at least from my perspective, if it comes from a controlled place, you know, I used to play with my cows to fucking hug them, whatever, and we clean them. But
yeah, that doesn't matter because Campylobacter jejuni and E. coli 0157H7 are a part of a cow's healthy gut microbiome.
Yes, I understand that, and I know,
yes,
but I wanted to say...
Yes, that's the reason why Campylobacter infections are disproportionately high in states like the Balkan states.
Yes, but you said, for example, it does restrict your blood vessels, whatever, but oils and like sweets, like cake, whatever, those do the same.
No. Campylobacter jejuni causes Guillain-Barré syndrome, which can leave you paralyzed from the waist down because the bacteria infects your nerves. So, no, I'm not just referring to Brucella, which is also disproportionately high in Balkan states. I'm also referring to Campylobacter jejuni. And in the same way, and in a different way, Brucella does not necessarily have the same impact as like regular coronary artery disease, as it is something that can literally result in you needing heart valve replacements, not just a change in diet or a change in XYZ like lifestyle factor like coronary artery disease. You may have to get surgery.
Okay, but would you say that's what you should think about every single time you even drink just a glass of raw milk? Like, I don't think it's
You just don't drink raw milk, you boil it first. like a normal family does.
I don't know about that. I don't. As I said, I grew up differently. I always ate like the animals right after butchering. So I don't know. Like we never had any type of issue. Like my whole family was based off of it. So that's why I was saying it's just my experience. But I understand that sure, like there can be bacteria. Maybe some people won't have any effects about it. Some people may die from it.
Clearly, we have different opinions on the way that people in Italy consume their milk, because based off of my experience in my family, I'm sure you understand with Italian families are like over 500 people. Everybody in my Italian family does not consume raw milk because they understand it's dangerous. So they pasteurize it first.
Like nobody
they also
ever
don't
drank.
consume raw chicken either. They cook it first.
Yes, I'm not saying it's like you're the majority of your like milk diet. I'm saying if you drink it like once a week or sometimes a month is not anything to worry about, at least to me, if it comes from a safe
the problem here?
environment.
Because my personal experience is different from your personal experience. Therefore, there really should not be any emphasis on the personal experience part, but rather the data.
I don't know. I don't really trust the data. I'm not on the TV. I'm not on the internet. Whatever.
Well, then
I don't
maybe you
really
should trust my
trust.
personal experience instead.
But did anyone in your family ever get sick from it, or they just didn't?
Yeah, that's
Like,
actually, they
never-
told us
never
the
drank
story
it.
of why they started boiling their milk. That was one of the conversations that I had while I was up there, because I make a lot of content on raw milk, and one of my Italian aunts saw my video and decided to start talking about raw milk because they appreciated the video that I made. They didn't know the data existed. They just knew that somebody in their family, it was a kid, got extremely sick from raw milk, and now they're extremely serious about it.
Okay, great.
Hold
But
on, Mars.
can I ask you
Mars,
one last
hold on,
thing?
Mars. One
Oh.
quick second. One quick second. Bryson, are you opposition?
Yeah, I think raw milk is horrible.
Okay, so we agree there. Do you disagree with anything else I have though about Cito's artificial
I
sweeteners or
mean,
soy?
maybe artificial sweeteners are okay. I just don't think I like tofu, but I just don't
Okay.
like seed oils.
Okay, we can get to that in just a second. I just want to make
Yeah,
sure your opposition. Just
sure.
hang tight, Mars. Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll get to Bryson after.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, I think, like, what do you think about the products that they sell at the supermarket? Do you agree they're manipulated?
No.
Why
They're
not?
the same
Like,
types of products.
Wait, what do you mean
I
by
have-
manipulated? What do you mean
I
by
say-
manipulated?
Like, I have 5 farms around me, which I get the meat, the vegetables, the milk, a lot of products too, like even raw meat that I eat almost daily.
You eat raw
But-
chicken?
Sometimes, yes, not chicken, but
That's not a
I
part
don't
of
know the
Italian
name.
culture.
Not chicken. Yeah, it's not a culture.
Yeah, it's not a cultural
del-
thing. So, like, why are you
Wait,
making all
but
these
it's not
claims
chicken.
about?
It's
Why
not
are you making
chicken.
these claims
It's
about this
wild.
culture, dude?
It's a wild pigeon. I don't know the name, but it's a delicacy. You only eat some
No,
parts,
we
but
don't.
whatever.
No, it's not. No raw
Yes.
birds are a delicacy.
Yeah,
We
not in
cook our
Italy,
food.
maybe. I
Did
mean,
you
when
say you were from Italy?
I live in Italy. I'm Albanian. I was born in the mountains, as I said. But I
Okay.
live in Italy, and
I don't know
whenever
much
I
about
travel,
Albanian culture, so that could be 100% true.
No, it's not really about culture. Like, but for example, in my place, like where I'm from, it's very common to eat even raw vegetables, whatever. Like, you don't even cook them or make a salad; you just eat
Yeah,
them.
that still makes literally. So again,
Like it's
like
the
your personal
like the raw
experience, I'm sorry,
mentality, as I
doesn't
said.
mean
If you trust
anything
it,
in the face
you
of the
can eat
data.
One at a time, one at a time.
Your personal experience doesn't mean anything in the face of the data that we have. Because I have my personal experience, you have your personal experience, they're gonna be different. And in my personal experience, I had the exact opposite experience as you. And my country is literally a hop, skip, and a jump away from where you live.
Yes, but let's get back to the supermarket. You said the products don't seem different to you. Like when I said I buy from our local sources here, I live in northern Italy. Like all the stuff I buy here, if I buy the same thing at the supermarket, it's totally disgusting. And I can do this, like I can even make a video on this. I don't know if
That's
it's
extremely rude
the
to the farmers that contribute
supermarkets.
to supermarkets, honestly.
Yeah, it's not good for them either. They're
But it's
making bad
not
product.
good for them.
Their
It's just
job
as
shouldn't
fine. There's
be.
no evidence to suggest that it's any different.
I mean, what? Like taste, the way it looks, the way it feels, like that's enough to me and to
There's
most,
no
I think.
evidence to suggest there's any differences in health outcomes, which is the point here. And honestly, it's kind of rude to say that because there are individuals who can't afford to go to farmers markets every single weekend.
Yeah, and that's the problem of these whatever like providers which are doing it like massively. They're giving very bad products, in my opinion.
How do you expect to feed 8 billion people?
Even on burgers, like here they say it's totally meat, whatever fast food. It says this because we're in Italy. They say we have very strict rules about food, but when you eat a burger, wherever you go, if it's fast food,
You guys
it's not
honestly
meat.
don't have that strict of rules as compared to America. We just have different qualifications when it comes to certain foods. But you actually have some artificial sweeteners in some of your drinks that are banned in America and vice versa. So it's not actually all that different in terms of strictness.
Okay, if it's not strictness, I don't know what it really is. But as I said, if you eat something from the supermarket or from what I can say, for example, McDonald's, I can take out the patty and try to make 100 same ones with different sources, and it's never like that. It's disgusting. It's not meat. Same goes for supermarkets. I'm not saying it's totally uneatable.
So you're
I'm just
saying a
saying
lot of
it's
things
not
without any data.
a good
You're
quality.
saying a lot of things without any data to back you up. And you're
Well,
literally just speaking
I think
off of your opinions, and it means nothing.
it's not opinions. It's literal
Yes, it is.
reality. Like, why
It's
do I
literally
need
your
data?
opinions.
So I need data. They're going to say that their product is controlled better, it's grew better, and it's better than the meat from my local
Health
farm. But my
outcomes
local
do not
farm
differ.
meat is better. Why do I need data?
Because
Like
the health outcomes
data.
do not differ, and not everybody can afford your fancy schmancy A5 freaking Wagyu beef. Like, holy moly.
Oh my god, Wagyu beef. It's not that expensive. First of all, here it's actually
Yes,
cheaper.
it is.
No,
I
it
know
it,
because
it
I've been
isn't.
there.
No, I
It is
am in a
expensive getting
special.
it straight off of a local farm. It is
Yes, but
expensive because they have to sustain themselves.
I am in a special area. Here it's very common to have butchers or whatever, like the best in the Europe, actually. You can actually search it up. It's
You
near
literally just
Crema.
said that it's rare. So yeah, no, not everybody has access to that.
Rare?
You literally said it's rare.
What rare?
Your circumstances. If it's rare, then you're not going to be able to find that everywhere, and not every single family has access to the kinds of opportunities you get.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that.
Yes, we are. We're talking about
Like,
the
we're
general
mostly
health.
talking about, as you said, seed oils, sweeteners, and milk, and meat, whatever. All these products, as I said, I can buy them for the same price. It's pretty much the same. Obviously, if you go for picanha, for example, as you said, Wagyu beef or actual special cut, it's going to be more expensive. But if you buy the same exact cut from the supermarkets, it's pretty much the same. Like, I'm not kidding. And as I said, I eat one, I eat the other. All the products from the supermarket seem filled, seem too. It's like good for when you buy it. When you come home, you can already see after 1-2 hours, or you cook it. It's not how it's supposed to be. That's all I'm saying.
Hold on, one quick thing. Hold on, guys. We are looking for ops. Okay, hold on. Opposition meaning anybody that disagrees with the background. If you vote for Trump or you disagree with what I have in a prompt, come on up. Hold on, Mars. Yeah, what's up?
Sorry, I have to go get ready for a meeting, so I'm going to drop down.
Oh, you're good. No worries. Appreciate you coming up. Make sure you guys give her a follow, okay? Emily, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Good. Are you opposition? Do you disagree with the prompt?
Yes, I disagree.
Okay, I'll get to you in just one quick second. Mars, let me get to this next guest over here, but I appreciate you coming on up, okay?
Yeah, I'll
Hope you have
just
a good
leave,
rest
yeah.
of the day. Take care. All right, Emily, how old are you?
I'm 19.
All right, great. What's on your minds?
So, what the first thing I want to address is, why do you think raw milk is bad?
Yeah, there's a much higher chance of getting foodborne pathogens from raw milk versus pasteurized milk. Significantly higher chance.
Okay, so what I was going to say is, I drink raw milk, but it is pasteurized, but there's nothing else done to it. And then, why do you think seed oil?
Well, look,
Pardon?
wait, what do you mean? You said you drink raw milk, but it's pasteurized? Those two would
Yes,
contradict
so
each
that it's
other.
like boiled.
Well,
So
that would be pasteurizing it then. Maybe you don't get it like
is
store-bought
pasteurized not
pasteurized.
boiling it to clear out the bacteria?
Well, not necessarily boiling it. It's heating it up to like, depending on the process, about like 160 degrees. So you're not technically boiling it. Um, but yeah, so if something's pasteurized, by definition, it's not raw.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, you're okay.
Because
You're okay.
I go to a local place and they say they come in like glass bottles and it's like pasteurized, so I thought it was raw. But my mistake. Sorry about that. But on to
No
the
worries.
next thing. Why seed oils and artificial sweets? So the artificial sweeteners, I thought they were bad, and so was seed oils. So like but palm oil not be a seed oil as well?
Well, yeah, we can get to it. So we'll talk about seed oils first. So why do you believe seed oils are bad? Like what about them do you think are bad, or what have you heard about them?
So what I've heard about them is that they cause like harder for you to lose weight, and that they cause fat or something. That's what I've been taught, but I always thought that seed oils were bad and artificial sweeteners. But that's what I thought.
Okay, so indirectly, you could potentially be correct in that seed oils do have a lot of calories. Fats in general are 9 calories per gram, especially when we're talking about oils. They're very easy to overeat, to get a lot of calories in a very short period of time. But that wouldn't be inherent to seed oils. Like you would see that with butter, you would see that with olive oil, you would see that with beef tallow. You would see it being very calorically dense and very easy to overeat. So that wouldn't be specific to seed oils.
Okay, so
Mhm.
would you say that it's like do you think that it's like not bad for you? Do you think it's healthy or?
So I think in the context of you controlling your calories, they're fine. So yes, if you do get a lot of calories via seed oils or any sort of oil for that matter, yeah, it's going to be problematic because just getting a lot of calories overall is not going to be a good thing for your health. But that's not, again, a seed oil problem. That's just a too many calorie problem. So I think
Okay.
it's important that we notate the difference, that it's not specifically the seed oils. It's just the fact that you're getting so many calories.
Okay, I understand where you come from now. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Mhm.
And then with the sweeteners and soy, what's soy like?
So yeah, so a lot of people hate on soy because they believe it increases estrogen. They're under the impression that it does that. That if a guy, for example, eats soy, that his estrogen's going to go up, and there's just no evidence to back that up at all. So I'm pretty much going against that claim directly. I've heard some people say that they believe soy causes cancer, which we've never seen evidence of. So I'm just going against those claims about soy that it's harmful for people. But yeah, looks like dropped. Remember, guys, we are looking for ops. Okay, if you disagree with the prompt, come on up, and you're welcome to ask questions. Totally cool. You just like avocado oil the most, so that's why you use it. That's totally fine. You are welcome to use that. All right. I am against city water. I believe it's not good for people. What do you mean by that? If you guys can keep tapping and sharing, that would be very helpful. Go ahead and hit the request button if you are in opposition, if you disagree with the prompt. If you're on YouTube, you can just call on in. I don't know what this comment means. It's not biologically viable as far as the metabolism is concerned. It is hard to metabolism. I assume you meant to say metabolize because we have not evolved to metabolism correctly. I don't know what that means, Tally-ho. I don't know what you meant by that. Yes, Dove. Soy does not increase estrogen. Yes, that is my claim. I'm not aware of any evidence showing that soy does increase estrogen. I've seen studies where they give human beings some relatively high doses of soy, and they still have not seen that. Salt is better than sugar? I just think you're comparing sort of two different things. It's kind of hard to compare two different things like that. You need both. I mean, well, I guess it depends on what you mean by need. I mean, sodium for sure. I mean, can somebody get away and not have sugar in their diet? Yeah, but do I think that's really possible or likely or sustainable? Probably not. Hello, Amy. How you doing? Soy works like contraceptives with just much higher power. Okay. What about bioavailability, Ryan? Why would it not be sustainable? I just think if your average person attempted to have a no sugar diet, whether we're talking about added sugars or just sugars in general, I don't think your average person would be able to sustain that. I really don't. Number one, I just don't think it's needed. I really don't think if you want to optimize your health that you have to have zero sugar, for one. And two, I think you're going to be putting somebody in a position where they're so focused on not having a specific thing that possibly may be the only thing that they think about. We see that often when you tell somebody, hey, you can't have this thing, naturally they start wanting to have said thing. So I think that's important to keep in mind if you're trying to create a diet or give advice, health advice to somebody in terms of structuring a diet. You have to keep in mind that if you tell somebody you can't have any of X, Y, Z, very often they're going to want to have X, Y, Z. And if it's a thing that they can still have small amounts of, or even some amounts of, and still be healthy, I don't see a need to have zero of it. So yeah, in the case of sugar, I don't really think there's going to be large differences in somebody's health if they're having zero sugar versus, say, like 20 grams of sugar in their diet, all else being equal. I really don't think there's going to be a big difference. Well, no, so Binky, again, I don't know why you guys purposely misconstrue what I'm saying. Didn't say sugar is okay. In the context of you having small amounts, it's fine. But yeah, if you were trying to get somebody who's having, say, 20 grams of sugar a day and the rest of their diet looks pretty good, and you're trying to encourage them to have zero, and because of the pursuit of zero, they start oftentimes binging or have psychological distress because of trying to have none at all, I think you're going to put that person in a worse position. Up to 50 grams potentially. Yeah, I mean, I'd say about 10% of your calories. You can probably have safely up to 10% of your calories be from added sugars and still be fine. So if somebody's having 2,000 calories, 200 calories is 10%. That's 50 grams. So yeah, you're right. 50 grams for your average person, they could be okay. Sure. Well, Amy, yeah, that's my exact point. So, but I think that's going to be very individually based. If somebody can structure a diet and have very minimal to no sugar, fine, go for it. But I think your average person, if you tell them to have no sugar, you're probably going to put them in a position where they're going to start like obsessing over it. 50 grams. So we're talking about added sugars, right? So keep that in mind. It may seem like a lot depending on what you're comparing it to, but 50 grams really isn't tons. Again, that's only 200 calories. It's about, again, 10% of somebody's calories, depending on how much they're eating. So it shouldn't be a crazy amount. What about omega-6 and Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably a good idea if you're trying to lose weight, or at the very least not gain weight, to try to stay away from liquid calories. If somebody asks me, hey, what should I do to lose weight, or to at least minimize how much weight they're gaining, I would say, hey, try to stay away from liquid calories. That would be a very easy thing that you can minimize or avoid, and still kind of reduce calories overall without putting too many restrictions upon yourself. But yeah, I think your average person could probably do something like that. If I mean, a lot of people in the U.S. are overweight, so I think if people within the U.S. applied that, I think they would probably be in a somewhat good position if they applied the principle of try to minimize or stay away from liquid calories, which I would include like oils and things like that. I think that would be a good way to just stay away from very calorically dense calories. Well, what about the omega-6s and seed oils? Won't it use majority of enzymes and lead to omega-6 deficiency? Not sure what you mean by that. Why would that lead to a deficiency in omega-3s? Maybe I'm confused as to how you phrased it. A construction job will help you lose weight. It can, but not everybody has a construction job. Not everybody has the ability to have a construction job. Yeah, I think if somebody is having less than 50 grams of sugar per day, I think they're probably doing pretty decent. The person in the YouTube who said that. Again, I mean, we have to take into account what the rest of your diet and lifestyle looks like, but that alone, you're probably doing better than most people. Ricardo, if you think the raw milk being bad is so easily disproven, why don't you just dial in the phone number and prove me wrong in real time? I don't think you're going to do that, though. 1900 average sugar consumption was 10 to 18 kilograms per, no, it's about 35. I mean, I'm not surprised that it has gone up if that's true. All right, guys. Once again, we are looking for people to debate with. So if you disagree with the prompt, hit the request button at the bottom of the screen. If you're on the tube, you can call on in. There's the phone number in the comment section. And Binky, you're welcome to come on up. There's completely safe artificial sweeteners. They're calorie-free, they don't affect blood sugar, and have a long history of safe consumption without the chemical concerns. I would agree, yeah. I do agree. I mean, the fact that they are calorie-free is one of the big benefits of them. That is literally one of the major positives of artificial sweeteners, is the fact that they are calorie-free and they don't affect your blood sugar. Yeah, that's a huge upside. Is this rage bait? It's whatever you want it to be. It's anything that you want it to be. How much more cake can I have with artificial sweeteners? That would depend on how many calories you're cutting out via sugar. It would be sort of hard to say that. I don't know if I would necessarily think about it in that fashion, though. I think the very fact that if you're reducing sugar, you're certainly going to be reducing calories, and more likely than not, you probably will be better off, but it does depend. Artificial sweeteners can cause a decrease in beneficial gut bacteria. Yeah, Rich, if you want to come on up, we can talk about that. I'll invite you on up. We can have that conversation. Is the statement above my opinion? Well, I mean, yeah, by definition, of course it would be. It's my opinion based on the data. Yeah. Thoughts on Crisco? In what context? Remember, guys, when you're asking me like thoughts on this food or that food, I kind of need to know the context of it. Like, I need to know in which situation are you asking? How much of it are you talking about? You know, what's the levels? There's a lot sort of we have to consider. Son Goku, I'm not aware of any research showing that. You are welcome to provide something to back that up, though. Stevia and monk fruit? What about those two? This is the first educated I've seen on a live debate. I mean, once again, guys, we are looking for ops, okay? If you disagree with the prompt, hit the request button, or you can call on in. Son Goku, that's, yeah, let me pull it up here. 1 second. I am going to invite you on up, though. I would prefer to have a conversation with you up here, if we can. Okay, what is the name of this? Give me 1 second. Okay, Son Goku, can you give me the name of the article? Like the title of it? That would be easier for me to look up than what you typed in. I don't really feel like typing all those numbers out, to be honest. Nothing is bad for you in reality, and moderation is key. I mean, as a general statement, yes, I agree that moderation is important. And I agree for the most part that things being bad for us is context dependent. But I don't know if I wouldn't go as far to say nothing is bad for you and that moderation is key. There's certainly going to be things that we consume that even in any quantity is still going to be a net harm for us. As I mentioned earlier, alcohol would be one of those examples. We now know based on the data that even having some amounts of alcohol is still going to be a net negative for one's health. Whereas previously we thought having moderate amounts, you would probably be fine, and we know that's probably less so the case now. You are 50 years old and you haven't been to the doctor in over 25 years. Is that supposed to be a flex or what? I don't quite see how that's a flex. I personally wouldn't think that's a flex, saying that you have not been to the doctor in over 25 years. Am I pushing seed oils and soy? I'm not doing either. I'm not encouraging them, nor am I discouraging them. I am just giving people what I believe to be the proper information based on what the research says, and people are welcome to make their informed decision from there. So I'm not telling people either way. I just think people should realize that they are heavily fear-mongered, and it's probably not worth the fear-monger. But this is also not saying that you should go out of your way and try to have as much as you can. Well, a lot of people come into these lives and they try to flex and I haven't been to the doctor in X amount of time or whatever. And it's just not a flex. It's just not. All those fake sweeteners hurt your stomach. Yeah, as I've always said, guys, if there is something that you eat or drink that bothers you personally, then don't have it. If you're sensitive to something, you get allergies from something, clearly don't have it, obviously. But we shouldn't extrapolate that to say it's then bad for all people or whatever, just because you happen to get maybe some negative side effects from that. I still would like people to debate, though. I would really like for somebody to come on up who disagrees, who has evidence to the contrary. I find it interesting that you guys never come on up. A lot of you hang out in the comments, but you would think that if your position was correct, that you would have come up by now and provided some of this research. I have no clue if it's good or bad. Oh, all those fake sweeteners. That's fine. I think a good rule of thumb, guys, if you aren't super knowledgeable on this topic or anything as it relates to like food, health, things like that, most things, the vast majority of things aren't either all good or all bad. The vast majority of things fall on a spectrum of it being more beneficial or less beneficial for your health, or more or less nutritious based on the quantity that you're having and the context of everything else. So there's very few things that I would say is all good or all bad when it comes to a topic like this. I think that a diet free of Totino's pizza is also tough. I don't see why that would be. I think you're conflating two things. I think me saying that trying to have zero sugar is difficult is not at all as me saying having zero frozen pizzas is not sustainable. Hey, how you doing?
Hello,
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Cool. What's going on?
I'm just curious to know about like the prompt. So, by raw milk, do you mean like from a cow, like directly from the cow's udder
Yeah.
when you?
Mhm.
How
Yeah.
so? Like,
What do you mean, how so?
is there things inside it that's bad, or is it not pasteurized in that sense?
Oh, yeah. So when you're getting milk from a cow without pasteurizing it, you're getting small amounts, microscopic amounts of blood and feces, like when you're from the udder. And that's something that you should stay away from them because you can get a lot of foodborne pathogens from that.
Is that what America's doing to their milk supply then in that case?
Well, I mean, a very small percent of people within America do have raw milk, so it's not a large percent. But there is this notion that people believe that something being natural and not touched means all of a sudden it's safer or better for you, which we know is not true.
Because I do hear a lot of the time that America does tend to have a lot of UPFs.
They have a lot of what? I'm sorry.
UPFs, it means ultra processed food.
Yeah. I want to make it very clear because I think some people seem to conflate the two. I am not saying that you should have a large portion of your diet being processed foods. It's
Yeah,
not
I
at all
wasn't
what I'm
saying
saying.
that.
Yeah.
That's true.
Okay. So yeah, no, I think we should minimize processed foods, especially ultra processed foods for sure. I think anybody would agree with that. All I am saying is that not everything that is processed is inherently bad.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Like, what do you think of like certain things they like put in some products like red 40, yellow, this and that with the number codes on them?
I'm not ultra concerned with some of these food colorings. Do I think they're good for you? No. Do I think that on a scale from 1 to 10, 5 being neutral, 10 being awful, 1 being great, that it's on the positive side? No, I think it's probably ever so slightly on the negative side. I just don't think it's like a huge major issue that we ought to be concerning ourselves with to like a great degree. I just think any food that happens to have these colorings in it is still going to be a food that's probably unhealthy anyways, right? Like candies and drinks that have these food colorings, they're not all of a sudden going to be healthy if they don't have these food colorings in it. Like Skittles won't be any healthier if they don't have red 40 in that. Skittles is still something you should probably not have a lot of.
Yeah, because I do remember hearing once before Red 40 was introduced, they used to use something like called cochineal, which is like a beetle they grind up, and then it turns into like a yellow liquid. So then you can use it into dye as like it was used in like candies, lipstick, etc.
Sure. Okay.
Have you heard of
Any
cochineal before?
any what? I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Have you heard of cochineal before?
No.
It's a beetle that they used to use like to grind up and then use like its blood as the dye for like certain products like lipstick, juices, candies, things like that.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, I know what you're referring to then. Give me 1 second. Let me just introduce this guest real quickly. Holt, how you doing?
How's it going?
Hey, are you opposition? Do you disagree with the prompt?
I do disagree.
Okay. I'll get to you in just 1 quick second. Let me just wrap it up with this guest, okay? Twos, is there anything else that you wanted to say?
No, that is everything.
Okay.
I'll come back down so you can go with the next guest. Thank you.
Okay. I appreciate the conversation. All right, Holt, how old are you?
37.
Cool. All right. Well, let's talk about one of them. Do you want to talk about Cetos, artificial sweetener, soy, or raw milk?
Milk.
Okay. So do you think raw milk is neutral, or do you think it's good?
I think it's good.
Okay. Why do you believe that?
So previous in conversations after listening to your live, do you know when pasteurization actually started?
I think it was first discovered or invented, whatever term you want to use, in the mid 1800s. As far as when it became popularized, it wasn't until I think the early 1900s, early mid 1900s, if I'm not mistaken.
In Germany, Johann von Schultz, actually, and even then, it wasn't widely considered a needed thing because at that time, most families were providing their own with their own raw milk and stuff like that. It was more or less meant for the shelf preservation to provide for other people. Do you know why pasteurization became such a big thing in the U.S.?
I understand the benefits of it, but maybe you're going to give a different reason.
Do you know when and why?
Go ahead and say.
It was in the early 1920s with John D. Rockefeller. John D. Rockefeller was the major pusher of pasteurization because he was in league with a bunch of German companies while he was running his other businesses. And that was their big thing, to try and bring the pasteurization of milk to the Americas. At the time, we were not pasteurized, we were not anything. We were literally delivering milk by the day with no consequential actions. The reason pasteurization actually even happened in the first place was because of cholera outbreaks that they associated with animals that turned out to not be.
Okay. Two quick things. One, you got some background noise. I don't know what that is. But two, so what are you saying is the issue specifically with pasteurization? Like, are you saying it causes harm to it, or there's something that we're missing out on?
Like it's not needed. Like what you said earlier about feces and stuff like that getting into cows' udders and everything. In modern farming, where people actually do still produce raw milk, I live in the southern states, and raw milk is a commodity down here, and we can still have it. The steps that are taken for sterilization before milking an actual cow are almost the same as what happens with pasteurization milking beforehand.
Okay, you still have that background noise. I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is here. So let me try and turn my fan off. I have a ceiling fan on.
Okay, that's fine. So yeah, go ahead and do that, and I want to go over some data real quickly as it relates to this. Hey guys, if you can keep tapping and sharing, that would be great. If you're opposition, hit the request button on TikTok. If you're on the tube, you can just call on in, okay? And make sure you give me a follow and subscribe if you're enjoying live. All right, so this study right here, they looked at outbreak related diseases from milk products, from dairy products more specifically, and they looked at it between pasteurized and raw, and they looked at it over a 5-year span from 2009 to 2014. What they found was that unpasteurized milk, while it was only consumed by 3.2% of the population, it did cause 96% of the illnesses caused by these contaminated dairy products, which would put it as at an 840 times greater chance of more illnesses and a 45 times greater chance of being hospitalized.
I'm not going to continue. I'm not going to stop you from continuing. I have a question for that. Now, what is the time period of what the milk is consumed? Because in previous eras of our lives, milk was not consumed by the gallon. So in theoretical times that we're talking about, the milk that would be raw has a way less shelf life than what modern pasteurization milk has. So if these people are out there consuming like week old milk compared to, week old pasteurized milk, there may be a confusion and or why those diseases are happening. Now let's also take into consideration that when
Well, hold on. One quick second. One quick second. I don't think anybody is voluntarily going to be drinking old milk, considering the taste alone would deter people from drinking it. I can't imagine people are. I can't imagine people are drinking. Yeah, like it would taste awful. I mean, even when you drink milk that's like a day old,
but
it has that smell to it.
I will say, as a consumer of raw milk, the spoilization smell and taste of raw versus pasteurized milk is different. It is not like the same type of smell, and it will curdle and stuff a little bit afterwards, but the spoilization point before the curdling and the nastiness really happens is a lot sooner than what pasteurized milk would be.
Okay, I can't speak to what spoiled milk looks like when it comes to raw milk, so you may be correct, you may not be, I don't know. But I would still say, though, that if there is that much of a greater chance of getting an illness from raw milk versus pasteurized, I would say that's probably big enough reason to stay away from it, considering we don't see any added benefits from it. I'm not aware of any nutrient or anything in raw milk that occurs at any significant degree compared to that of pasteurized milk that would be worth offsetting those issues.
Okay, so then now hear me out. Hot take. What is your take on grocery store eggs versus farm fresh eggs that are not washed and ready to buy?
In terms of like its safety profile?
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't know the data on those specifically, so I don't want to speak towards it because I'm just not familiar with the data on it. So I don't know what the difference with that, what it would be. It would just be like purely speculative on my.
So hear me out. Typically, what happens is when you get a farm fresh egg, it is not washed. There can be, feces, feathers, stuff like that, and everything. But eggs themselves can have an outdoor shelf life of over a month versus, you buy a package of pre-washed eggs that no matter what have to be refrigerated and will last you longer than that. But the regular eggs themselves, without all that, can last about.
Hold on, that's really loud. That noise is really loud. So if you want to either answer it or mute it, I had to put you on mute though. It's getting pretty loud. But you're welcome to unmute as soon as that noise stops. Sorry. Hey guys, make sure you keep tapping, you keep sharing. If you can send the heart me, that would be great. And we are looking for opposition. Go ahead and give me a follow on TikTok and call on in. Or subscribe and call on in from YouTube if you want. Holt, go ahead. Sorry, I just had to mute you there. Oop, you there? Holt, are you there? Holt going once. Here, let me invite you to unmute again.
Sorry. I had a phone call from my wife and I tried to stop it and everything. She popped the tire. I'm going to add you, and this is an enjoyable conversation. This is like a very just nonchalant back and forth conversation, and I enjoyed it.
Okay, yeah, you're welcome to come back whenever, okay? Take care.
All right, awesome.
All right, have a good one. Hey guys, keep tapping and sharing again. Ops on TikTok, you can hit the request button. If you're watching on YouTube, you can call on. The number is in the comments. I don't believe anything Beth says after he messed up the history. What does the outside of the egg have? All right. Binky, once again, you are welcome to come on up. You don't seem to be offering that same criticism to the guests, Binky. Do you ask the guest if they have college degrees every time they criticize data? Nothing I'm saying here requires like that high level of an education. Like everything I'm talking about here, everybody should be able to grasp and understand with like a basic high school high school degree. Like we aren't talking about very high level stuff here, guys. Yeah, of course, Kat. Yeah, that's why, again, I don't think I'm saying anything that requires a crazy high-level education. Everything I'm saying should be able to be understood by anybody that graduated high school. All right, people on the tube, if you can keep liking the live, that'd be great. We did just get above 11,000 views for the live, which is super cool, so thank you guys for watching. You tutor a lot, I'm amazed at how little some people think. Well, there is that too, Randy. That's a good point. Only we didn't fund school districts based on. Yeah, I agree with you, Kat. Well, no, Ray, I'm not saying that things that you learn in this live or other lives that you couldn't learn, or that you would learn definitely in school. Listen, I'm just saying that you should be able to grasp what we're talking about here with a basic high school degree. Yeah, some of the things we talk about here, yeah, you probably didn't learn in high school. I don't think I learned in high school a lot of the things that we're talking about here. They don't really talk about nutritional based stuff too much, or basic like fitness stuff in high school to the degree that I think they should. But I think you guys should be able to grasp what we're talking about. Raw milk is good for. Why do some of you guys type in all caps? I don't get it. Like, what are you hoping to achieve from that? Raw milk is, and then the rest is in caps. Good for you. It's the other milk that is bad for you. They'll unalive all the good stuff. I grew up on raw milk and cream from our own cow. Okay. What's the benefit of that? What's the benefit of what, Micaiah? What's the benefit of what specifically? Am I feeling better? Yes, I am. Thank you. Thank you, Ray. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, remember, guys, we just did get access to the super chats on the tube. So if anybody wants to send in super chats, I haven't gotten one yet since I just got an access to it like the other day. But you guys now have the ability to do that, I'm pretty sure, on YouTube. Somebody wants to test it out, that would be cool. I'm just curious as to what it looks like, the super chat. Just drink plant milk. I don't want any animal hormones or blood cells in my milk. Want any animal hormones? Plant milk meaning what? MK Ultra? Like what specific type of milk are you referring to? Dylan, you can call on in. The phone number is here in the comments. Let me repost it. All right. Anybody watching in the tube? I know we don't have tons of people watching. We got 14 watching. It's right there. It's 813-603-8878. Just say soy milk. Well, I don't know if they were talking about soy milk because there are plenty of other variations of milk. I just didn't know if they were talking about that one specifically. Yeah, no, because they just mentioned almond milk, oat milk, soy milk, and vegan milk. Those are all different ones. Someone could identify a benefit of raw milk. There would be a conversation to be had. Randy, I would not get your hopes up. That's possible. What do you feed your chicks? Okay. All right, we are getting a call from the tube.
Press 2.
Hello. Hi, how you doing?
Hey,
Hey, what's going on?
I was wondering if you want to explain my booty hole with raw milk or just like in my butthole. Like, I need you to come repeat it. Get the extra.
No, I'm okay. No, I'm okay. I appreciate the offer. No, I'm good. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Dude, what the fuck are you even talking about? Fucking raw milk, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Seed oils are good food, dude. What the fuck?
Are you able to talk in complete sentences? Are you able to talk in complete sentences? Are you able to talk in complete sentences? Okay. I don't think that person was able to use a complete sentence. Nothing they said made any sense. Well, that was weird. Yeah, I mean, I was barely able to hear it. He was talking nonsense, guys. He wasn't saying anything worth listening to. Raw milk makes better cheese. Okay. These are the same people that'll tell you alcohol is good for you. I've argued for years that people should be allowed to drink it, but insurance shouldn't cover them if they get sick. Yeah, I think that's probably a different discussion about whether insurance should cover something or not. Yeah, the guy I was just talking to, why would I answer your call if you're calling back? If you said nothing worth conversing to, clearly I'm not going to answer that. Yeah, I think that's probably I think that's probably a dangerous road to go down, to say that insurance shouldn't cover something because it was your choice. Because at what point are you going to draw the line as to when is it 100% somebody's fault versus like 90% or 60 or 40%? Because there are some things that like maybe 60% somebody's fault and then 40% like their environment and genetics. Would you then not want to pay for that? Like where would you draw that line? I think that's sort of a dangerous road to go down. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, you could apply that to addictions, but again, that would get into the debate of, is it a choice? Or if it is, when is it a choice versus not? Yeah, it's a very slippery slope. I think we should probably err on the side of having people's insurance covered for versus not. I think that would, number one, in the long run, be more affordable and save more money and be less costly. We would see a benefit just monetarily speaking. But I also think from an ethical point of view, we probably should be doing that too. But the fact of the matter is, here in the US, we pay the most per citizen compared to any other developed country. In fact, compared to other developed countries, we actually pay about twice per citizen, twice the amount per citizen, and yet we don't even have remotely close to the to the same healthcare outcomes. Like, you would think if we're paying over twice the amount per citizen, that at the very least we would have much better outcomes, but that's still not even true.
Send a voicemail. Press 2.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. I was wondering, bean oils, artificial sweeteners, and soy aren't bad, and raw milk is. What's the difference between raw milk and the stuff that I buy from the store?
Well, what you buy from the store would be pasteurized. There's just different types of pasteurized milk. Like, there's skim milk, there's 1%, 2%, whole milk, but they're all pasteurized.
You stupid motherfucker. It's me, man, you dumbass bitch. Who gives a fuck about your fucking shit? You motherfucker. Who gives a fuck? Who the fuck is watching your stupid ass fucking stream about goddamn fucking raw milk, seed oil? Who gives a fuck? Who the fuck are you, fucking Gordon Ramsay? Who gives a fucking shit about any of this fucking thing? I fucking got you again, you motherfucker. I got you. Yeah, look at you. Looking at your screen. You're looking at the screen. I've been drinking beer all fucking morning, dude. I am fucked up and I'm having a good time, brother.
Are you okay?
How you doing?
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm drunk. I'm having a great fucking...
What a horrible existence. What a horrible existence. I don't know, guys. That was normal. I understand, like, one trolling call. That I can get. But if you make your life existence to troll a specific person, I think you need a lot of help, to be honest. Drinking milk all morning, or drinking beer all morning. I mean, hey, if that's what he wants to do, he's welcome to do that. Keep tapping and sharing, everybody. I hope everybody's having a great day so far. Just go ahead and click the follow button on TikTok. And if you're watching on the tube, if you can call on in, the number is there in the comments. Raw beer. Trish, I guess that was the same guy, apparently. I guess it was the same guy. Did you actually mean that raw milk trended before TikTok? I don't. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're referring to. I mean that it didn't trend before TikTok, and people didn't care whether it was raw or not. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, we didn't really know it was the thing that people were doing prior to social media progressing to where it is now. Like, we just kind of assumed that nobody was dumb enough to be drinking raw milk. And so because of the presence of social media, we have now found communities of people who do drink it. So yeah, it really wasn't a conversation because we just didn't know people were dumb enough to be doing it. Do you think it's okay to eat things that are definitely linked to cancer? Who gives an F what you think? Well, I think, Dylan, you're likely smart enough to understand the difference between two things being linked and one thing causing the other. Something being linked to another is very different than that thing causing the other. Very, very different. Two things being linked just means they occur at the same time. That's all it means. Doesn't mean that those two things cause each other or one has resulted from each other. It doesn't mean any of that. if you're going to consume something that causes you cancer, don't look at the taxpayers to pay your medical bills. Well, again, my back, I feel like this is just going to be me repeating myself. You're going to be put in a very awkward position when, how are you going to decide if this action that somebody does 100% led to cancer, or it was 90% their decision and 10% genetics and environment? What about if it was 50? Like, where do you draw that line? Like, for example, there's plenty of people who smoke their entire life and never get lung cancer, right? And they were just very lucky. Now, there's other people who have been smoking a year and they'll get lung cancer. Why is it that the one that smoked their entire life that didn't get lung cancer, why is it that they get to have their medical bills be covered, but the person who smoked for 1 year doesn't, despite them doing the same exact action that you believe to be harmful? And once again, we with what we do now already pay the most per citizen compared to any other developed country. We should probably look at other ways of paying for healthcare that other developed countries do, considering they pay less per citizen. So maybe we should take a page from their book. Do you know what the original artificial sweetener is? Lead. What? Do I ever debate universal health care? I've never had an entire topic on that, no. I mean, has the conversation come up before? Yeah. I couldn't imagine doing an entire topic on universal health care and having people disagree with that, although I'm sure some people would. I would actually enjoy doing that topic. It would be really frustrating, though, to speak to people who don't think that we should have some form of universal health care. Like, it would be very difficult to talk to somebody like that. Yeah, no, I'm sure it does bring in a lot of ops. This is true, Meg. I would have to look up what Germany's cost is per citizen. I do know there are other countries that are somewhat close to us, but I know we are at the top. Let's see. Well, no, Germany, from what I can see here, they spend about 62 to 8,100 per. Well, the last time I checked, it was like 11 or 12K per. But I can double check that though. Let's see. US healthcare per citizen. No, it's up. We're at 14.5. We're at 14.5 per citizen. It's crazy. How you doing?
It's good.
What's
what are you
up?
saying, bro?
What do you mean? What? I
What,
don't know what I respond. What is it I respond to? I'm sorry. Let me look
why is raw milk bad?
Oh, let me just get your age real quickly before we move forward. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 22.
Okay. Raw milk is bad because the chances of getting foodborne pathogens from it versus pasteurized milk is significantly higher, with, in my opinion, no added benefit. So there seems to be only drawbacks with no added benefit.
Yeah, but it makes you a man.
What does that mean?
Because it's good for your it's good for your genes.
How is that the case?
It makes you more of a man. It boosts your testosterone. It makes you strong.
How does raw milk increase testosterone over pasteurized milk?
Because when you pasteurize it, you boil out all the nutrients.
What nutrient in milk increases testosterone?
It's like because it comes from the cow and it's meant to be given.
I feel like that didn't answer the question. What in milk increases estrogen that pasteurized doesn't have, but raw does.
Estrogen?
Wait, so estrogen is in pasteurized milk?
No, but you said it was.
No. I didn't say anything like that. You're making the claim that raw milk makes you more of a man because it increases estrogen or testosterone. There's no evidence of that.
The cow is meant to give it to like its children so they can become like stronger, and so it kind of does the same to you. Like the cow doesn't pasteurize it. You know, like there's no.
What is pasteurization? Let me ask you this: when you pasteurize milk, what are you doing?
Yeah, you basically put in like a big furnace and you like boil it, and you boil it for quite a while.
Well, you're not boiling it. You're only heating it up to about 150 to 160, which is far less than boiling.
Well, 100 is when it boils.
No, that's Celsius. 212 is Fahrenheit. But
Well,
I'm talking about Fahrenheit. 150 to 160 Fahrenheit. 150 to 160 Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit.
Celsius.
Oh my God. No, I'm not. Don't tell me what I'm saying. Fahrenheit. 150 to 160 Fahrenheit is the temperature at which you pasteurize it. Fahrenheit 212 is where it boils. So you're 60 to 70 below. So you're far below the boiling temperature. You going to respond to that? Okay. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Going once. Going twice. Okay. He may have been peeing. I don't know what he was doing really. All right. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to call somebody back from work. I wish I had a friendly up so they can just talk to you guys in the meantime. Does any friendly want to come up real quickly? I got to call somebody back from work. And any friendly, just come on up and just talk for a few minutes. I'd rather not end the live. Any friendly? I know there's friendlies in the live. I can see you guys. All right, I'm gonna invite a friendly. King, you don't count as a friendly. I just need to call somebody back from work. I need just one friendly to come up. We need muscle, strength, and meat. Okay. All right. All right. Randy, you can go ahead. Hey, Randy, I appreciate it. Guys, give me just like one or 2 minutes, and then I'll be that guys. Gotta call somebody back from work. Hold on. Let me put this on mute. Thank you. I don't know what happened to the mute button on the live. I'm gonna have to step out. But yeah, you can just talk to them or whatever in the meantime.
Yeah. And everyone, do the good things for Doug. Tappity tap.
Thank you.
If you like, share it out to your friends, share it to your enemies.
Hi, Tic Tac. All right.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you doing?
Good. I just gotta
go
step
make your
outside,
call, man.
so yeah. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, that's fine. Doug's got business. He's got to take care of his people. It's probably just somebody. Hey, I'm starting a new program. What do I do? You know, they ask.
You guys can't hear me.
Questions. What's going on, Randy?
Oh, not much. I was working and tutoring, and my internet went out. And while I changed networks, now I can't get back into work. But I have to. It's Friday afternoon, so people are about done getting tutored anyway.
At the tone, please record your message.
Yeah, it's a good time to call up for an early weekend, huh?
Get off my bed.
Yeah,
All right. Well,
because
they didn't
I have
answer.
to go play pool.
All right.
What do you
Well,
tutor?
what's up? Oh,
Doug,
we
now we're
got
up here
three
just
friend,
having regular conversations, man.
three friendlies up now. Jeez,
I didn't
went
know what
from
was
0 to
happening. I
3.
just looked down and
I just needed to call somebody back from work, and I needed a friendly up just to speak, and then three came on up. So, all right. Well, I'm good now, guys. So
Thanks, dude.
I can bring you all back down. But Randy,
All right,
Tic
have a
Tac,
great day,
Gabby,
Doug.
Oh,
thank
fine,
you.
man.
bye.
Fine.
I
I feel
appreciate all
Bye,
used.
Doug.
you are
Just
used.
use us, man.
That's exactly what it was. You were 100% being used. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Watch, you're gonna call me back like in 2 seconds. I bet. Yeah, it was all that for nothing. All right, guys. Once again, we are looking for ops. Okay, so if you disagree with the prompt, hit the request button on TikTok. If you're on a tube, you can call on in. All right, we got a good amount of views on YouTube. We got almost 12,000. For some reason, this topic does really well on YouTube. I don't know what it is, but yeah, right. TikTok. Yeah, I don't know what it is about this topic, but it tends to get a lot of views on YouTube. I do have a couple more clients though that I got to work out in a bit. I think starting in 2 hours from now or something. Yeah, no, that's true, Meg, for sure. All right, what do we got here? All right, guys, if you all can keep tapping and sharing, that'd be great. If you can send in the heart me as well on TikTok. And if you're watching on the tube, if you could subscribe and like the live too, that'd be great. I appreciate you guys. Milk is very good for bone development. Yeah, I think it can be. I don't think you have to have milk, though. I mean, I do drink milk. So I want to make it clear that I do drink milk, and I'm not advocating people don't drink milk, but I think you can be fine and not have milk. Why do you think Germans have historically always been so ripped, and they also drink a lot of raw milk? Well, for one, what do you mean by historically they've been ripped? I don't like what's that based on? I think we have to be very careful about making claims about a whole group of people based on our perception. So, I think you're going to have to sort of back up that Germans in general tend to be more muscular, not just based on your perception alone. So there's that. And you're also going to have to prove if they are more muscular that it's specifically because they have raw milk. And I think that's going to be a lot to have to prove. Historically ripped is crazy. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think off the top of my head that Germans drink a lot of raw milk. I don't think that's something they've been known for, but basically, obesity didn't exist in Germany. We can look up the obesity rates, but again, even if that were to be true, you can't just point to a random variable and say, well, this variable is the reason why they don't have obesity. There could be a million and one reasons why, if that were to even be true, of why they have lower rates of obesity, but you'd have to prove it's because of the raw milk. And I don't even know what that correlation would be. Why would raw milk somehow cause less rates of obesity? Well, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, your genetics are going to play a much bigger role in somebody's fitness and musculature than a specific item that they intake or not. It's going to play a much bigger role. I mean, genetics play a huge role in somebody's ability to gain muscle. They play a huge role. It'll offset a lot of other things. There are plenty of people who take all sorts of injectable stuff that I've seen personally, and they don't look all that muscular. Partly because their genetics just probably suck. Raw milk is great for weight loss, all that gastric distress. Steve, I feel like we already had our opportunity to speak before. Arnold Schwarzenegger, number one, was... First of all, you're talking about one person, okay? You're talking about one individual person. And again, that would go back to genetics, though. That would be largely responsible for how he looked. Not saying that he didn't work hard, not saying all that other stuff, but yeah, he is one person. Yes, he was also Austrian. So what a random person. Some people do just win the genetic lotto. This is very true. I mean, you guys have all seen people that you went to school with or whoever that like didn't even really work out that much, but they were very muscular. And on the flip side, you've seen people that have worked out very, very consistently and very intensely for years and years and years, and they don't look all that much or all that muscular. Somebody's genetics will play a huge, huge role in those types of things. Remember, guys, we are looking for opposition, okay? Opposition is anybody who disagrees with the background prompt. What about vitamin K2? All right, Steve, I'll bring you out. What part do you disagree with? Hey,
Look,
Steve, what's
come
up?
on.
What's up?
You know, raw milk is not bad. You're trying to hide that it's the only cure for foreskin fungus that's
God damn it,
caused by
Steve.
artificial sweeteners.
What's bad about raw milk that's clean? Again, the very nature of it being raw milk would indicate that it is more susceptible to foodborne pathogens than it being pasteurized. Even if you, again, take care of the cows and it's a clean farm, etc., etc., the very nature of it would indicate such. Artificial says it doesn't. No, artificial doesn't state whether something is healthy or not for us, guys. Artificial has no bearing on whether something is inherently healthy or inherently unhealthy for us. Why? Because something being artificial or not, literally, first of all, something being artificial or not is very subjective, for one. It's subjective in the sense that it doesn't really have like a hard, concrete, objective meaning to it. And something, whether it's created by nature or has human intervention or not, doesn't say whether it's inherently healthy or not. Artificial flavor? What about artificial flavor? Is it healthy? What are you talking about? Like artificial sweeteners, like aspartame and sucralose? Is that what you're talking about? Or what artificial flavoring are you referring to? Yeah, I mean, once again, I'm going to apply that same logic that it being artificial still doesn't mean it's inherently good or bad. let's say artificial flavors to candy. Are you talking like high fructose corn syrup? I don't think anybody would ever say that high fructose corn. Oh, you're not talking about that. Okay. Like artificial coloring, like red dye. Yeah. So when it comes to artificial dyes, I'll say the same thing that I've said to the other people that brought it up. I'm not aware of any singular food that does have artificial dyes that would then otherwise be healthy if it didn't have it in there. Like Skittles or any sugary drinks. All of those foods and drinks and candies, whatever you want to call them, all of those are unhealthy to begin with. By the very nature of it being very calorically dense, high in sugar, very easy to overeat. All of that would make it probably not the best choice to have, whether it has artificial flavoring in it or not, or artificial coloring in it or not. Like when you're trying to make something taste like a pineapple, but has no pineapple in it. Yeah. So I'll just restate what I said. So, Doug doesn't lift. That is cute. I appreciate the play on words. Arnold's father was a Schnazi. This is correct. We'll say you have a weird reaction to Valentine's M&Ms when I was a kid, but I think that was the dye. All right, let's get to this guest over here. Arthur, hello. How are you doing?
Hey,
What's
so
up?
is debate sweet Cedos, artificial sweeteners, and soy aren't bad? Is that the debate? Am I right?
Yeah, I just need to know your age first, though. How old are you?
19.
Okay, yeah. So what's up? What do you disagree specifically?
So no, I do agree because I heard that raw milk, I think, has the possibility to carry diseases such as salmonella, if I'm right.
What was that?
And
That what carries salmonella?
sorry,
That what carries salmonella? I didn't hear you.
raw milk.
Yes, yeah. The chances of getting it are higher for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think artificial. I'm not much of a fan of artificial sweeteners myself, but like I can't. I wouldn't really know the composition, like if there's any like specific harmful chemicals in it.
In artificial sweeteners?
Yeah.
Well, we can take a look at them. So we can start with aspartame, for example. Are you familiar with aspartame?
Say again.
Aspartame. Have you heard of that? The one that's in Diet Coke?
No, I can't say I have.
Yeah. So aspartame is it's a pretty common one. It's found in a lot of diet drinks. It's just made up of 2 amino acids. It's just two amino acids. So what was your question? If they have any artificial flavoring? Was that what you said or asked?
No, like if there's any
Or
if they have any like long term like health effects. If you don't take them too much.
Yeah. So, well, again, I think understanding that at least with aspartame, they're just 2 amino acids. I don't think your average person would be under the impression that 2 amino acids would inherently make something harmful in the long term. But if we're just going to refer to the research, I'm not aware of any research showing that aspartame, in the long run, if somebody has them consistently, that there's any inherent health issues with it. Somebody's welcome to provide data, but I'm not aware of any data showing that to be the case.
Yeah. Well, I have I think the composition it could be different in depending on your region. Like for example, I live in Ireland, and I don't think there's like less chance of food here using like artificial chemicals. But I assume you're from America.
Yeah, I am.
See, over in America, like forgive me if I'm stereotyping, but like from what I can gather, most of the food, well, not most, but like more food over there has more artificial compounds. So, but when I like, my parents always told me that I shouldn't be having artificial sweeteners at all. Like even at my age now, they still tell me to keep away from that stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I, I get people's logic. I think it's faulty logic, but I get people's logic. So people are under the impression that because something's artificial, therefore it's bad for you, which it isn't true. But I do want to say something to two people already mentioned in the comments, I think. But it's actually not true that we have more artificial things. We actually have, there's more artificial things banned here in America than there is actually in most European countries, believe it or not,
Okay.
contrary to popular belief. Yeah. So I know that's not something that you would realize just kind of looking through things, but yeah, that's actually true, believe it or not. But no, just because something is artificial, that doesn't automatically mean that it's good or bad for
Yeah,
you.
no, I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. What else do you want to say?
and raw milk.
Hmm?
Now, I don't think I've ever met a single person in my life who's fond of raw milk, but online I know it has quite a large community around it. But
Hmm.
yet again, pasteurized milk, it was invented for a reason, because raw milk is just so much like potential like harmful infections you can get from it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, this is something that we've known for a while, so I find it odd that people all of a sudden now are starting to believe that for some reason, just because something's pasteurized, that it means it's bad for us, when we knew that wasn't the case for the longest time. So it's weird that people are going back on that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's banned over here. I'm fairly sure. Like, did it have any restrictions over in like where you are?
What, for raw milk? Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a restriction. Yeah, there's restrictions over here. It's not totally illegal, but there's a lot of heavy restrictions on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, all right, Arthur. Anything else?
No, that's basically it actually.
Okay. Hey, I appreciate
I
the
don't have any
conversation.
problem
Okay.
with yeah, seed oils are I don't have much of a problem with seed oils, but yeah, I prefer olive oil. Just preference, I guess. But yeah, I
Like
guess that's all I want to talk about.
taste wise, or
Uh,
health wise,
both
or
like nutrition as well.
yeah. I mean, listen, olive oil is great. I don't think you'd be. I think you'd be hard pressed to find somebody that says olive oil isn't good. I think it
Yeah.
tastes good as well, but yeah, no, I think that's totally fine. You're allowed to have your preferences. I just don't think seed oils are bad for us, or even remotely as
Yeah,
bad
sure.
as your average person would think. That's all. So, but okay, all right. Well, if there's
Yes,
nothing else,
that's all I
Arthur,
want
let
to
me go ahead
talk
and
about.
bring you down. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Okay, take care.
Yeah.
Grandmother lived to be 98 before she drank raw milk her whole life. Okay. I, are you saying that raw milk isn't bad because your grandmother lived to 98 and she drank raw milk? I hope that's not the argument you're making. I would guess that you're smarter than that to come to that conclusion. Do I have actual evidence for what specifically? My bold claims? Yeah, I mean, I've been live for a while, so you're welcome to come on up, though, Casper, if you want. We can have a conversation. If you disagree, yeah, you can just hit the request button. Come on up. Yeah, of course. I would never just make a claim and then not provide evidence to back it up. No, it sounds windier than it is. It's the AC above the desk that you're hearing. Yeah, I don't remember the last thing that I said, Casper. So if you just want to remind me of what I said, I'll provide evidence for it. You're not trying to be facetious. No, that's fine. You're good. You're good. I would be doing the same thing in your position. I don't remember what it is that I said though. So just remind me of what I said. Talking about your claim in general. Oh, just the claim on screen. Gotcha. How are seed oils good for you? Yeah. So I am saying that seed oils. I'm not necessarily saying they're good or whatever. I'm denying the claim that they're bad for us. But having said that, yeah, in relation to seed oils, I think it's completely fear mongered. I think people's claims in regards to seed oils. Most people claim that it causes inflammation when the average person I talk to about that can't even tell me what inflammation is, but we don't see any evidence that seed oils do cause inflammation inherently. I don't think they're any worse for you than butter or beef tallow or olive oil or anything. And I'll talk more on that in a second. Hey, how you doing, guest?
Hi, I just wanted to come up and say me and my girlfriend, we have drank raw milk and continue to drink raw milk. We've seen the benefits from it, and she recently started giving it to our toddler.
You're giving raw milk to your toddler? I just feel like she was trolling, guys. She wasn't trying to be serious. She was just trying to get a reaction. Listen to the YT, man. Artificial oils, dyes are healthy. Don't listen to science. Well, our April, the great thing is that I agree with what the science says. The science actually backs up what I'm saying here. So we would be in agreement here. All right, guys. We are looking for ops, okay? If you disagree, hit the request button at the bottom of the screen. If you're watching on the tube, just hit the request button or dial on the phone number, okay? You were kicked? Okay. All right, cannibal. So what? So you give raw milk to your toddler? You said.
In portions, like small portions, yes.
Okay, I will operate on the assumption that you're not trolling. Why do you believe raw milk is fine? And can you turn on that background noise? You have like a TV or a radio?
Oh, sorry. Give me 1 second.
They think it's better because it's natural and it just comes straight from the cow itself.
And if I'm giving to my baby girl in like small portions, and she'll like get, what is it called? Like used to it in her body, and so she won't like be sick or anything from it.
Well, why did I hear two different people speaking? Is there
Because
somebody else?
Yes.
Yeah, we're married. Sorry, we sound the same.
No, you're okay. Okay, so you give it in small portions. You said raw milk.
Yes.
What would be the benefit? And what would be the benefit of that?
Having it just used to my baby's like immune system, like yeah, that's the word I was looking for earlier.
Would you do that with other things? Like you still have background noise. I don't know what that is. It's like
It's
a
probably
TV or
my
a radio
fish
or something.
tanks. Sorry, I'll mute myself.
I don't know if it's a fish tank. It sounds like somebody speaking. But anyways, would you apply that same logic to giving like your child or whoever it was that you're referring to like poison? Would you do that small amounts?
But it's not poison, and no, I wouldn't.
I'm not saying it is, but I'm just saying, would you give a small amount of poison? So the answer was no. So, but then why would you give small amounts of raw milk then? If you understand that raw milk and certain doses.
Because I want them to drink it later in the future, and I want their body to be used to it already. And how is it like bad for them? It doesn't kill them.
Well, raw milk.
She's not dead yet.
Yeah, okay, well, you can have them smoke cigarettes and they may not die. That doesn't mean smoking cigarettes is good.
But I drink raw milk too, in larger portions than I get
she
for.
tested it on herself before we gave it to baby.
But what I'm again, I'm going to operate on assumption that you're not trolling, even though it sounds like you are. But why would
We're not trolling. Sorry, I'm eating. We're not trolling.
Oh, okay. I'm just confused as to why that would provide a benefit of doing that.
Because I grew up drinking milk and I want them to grow up drinking raw milk because I like it more personally. And I buy it from suppliers near me because I live by farms.
But do you understand the data showing that raw milk causes a lot more foodborne illnesses to people who drink it versus people who drink pasteurized milk?
No.
Okay. There's an 840 times greater chance of getting some of these illnesses. We're not just talking about a small greater. We're talking like literally an 840 times greater chance. So I would advise against giving that to the kid, but you can do what you want, I suppose.
I feel like it made her skin like more clearer. She has eczema.
All right, I'm not doing that shit. I don't know what the fuck that was, but no. More clear. Oh my gosh. It makes me feel better to think that they were trolling. That makes me feel better than operating under the assumption that they were being serious. But who knows? They did troll Brandon as well. But maybe they were just, I don't know. Who knows? But don't they know that raw milk would make them more manly? Remember, guys, we are looking for ops, okay? If you disagree with the background prompt, hit the request button and or call in via the phone number in the YouTube chat. What's my background? For what? Like educational background, or are you talking about the background on the screen? Meg, I would like to hope. I would like to think that's the case, but who knows? Carbs give you more muscle. Well, compared to what? Israel. I don't think Israel would be paying somebody that criticizes them, Joe. Considering I've criticized Israel many, many times, I doubt they'd be paying me. How's the live going? It's going well. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a few things that you're going to need to help build muscle. So it's carbs are important too. I mean, obviously, I think we all understand protein is important for building muscle, but so are carbs. Once again, we're looking for opposition. Hit the request button and or dial in the phone number to call on them. But yeah, as far as building muscle goals, you're going to need a few things. You're going to need some sort of stimulus, a stimulus for your muscle tissue, right? Some sort of strength training / resistance training, whether that be free weights, machines, any sort of like resistance training. You're going to need a stimulus, and then you're going to need things as far as food goes to help build muscle. So you're going to need things on both ends. You're going to need the nutritional aspect of it, and then you're going to need the training aspect of it. You tried soy, oat, hemp milk. You don't like it as good as raw milk. Again, you are welcome to enjoy the taste of anything that you want. Carbs don't give muscle at all. For the most, one could increase glycogen and water storage. Directly, possibly no, but you'd be hard pressed to find somebody who can maximize muscle growth who is on a low amount of carbs. I'm not saying it's not possible, but you're going to have an easier time building muscle, at least in my experience. This is anecdotal, but I'm sure there's some research back. So you're going to have an easier time if you're getting in more carbs than not. Hello.
Call from 1G. 1 to accept.
Hello. Hello going once. Hello going twice. Goodbye. What would I call maximize? I mean, I guess the most that you can build in any given time frame, maybe. I just don't think if somebody's trying to build muscle and try to maximize muscle growth that it would be a good idea that you go on a low carb diet. I just don't think that would be the best idea. That's all I'm saying. And encourage, again, you can go on a low carb diet. That's fine. I just think you're going to have a harder time with hypertrophy. I think you're absolutely going to have a harder time with it. I understand we don't necessarily need carbs. I get it. Not saying you have to have carbs, but it is going to make it easier, the process. I've noticed that anecdotally with a lot of people I know, clients. I can absolutely pull up research to show that to be true as well. So, you know. Maximize so everyone who is max can improve any at all? No. I disagree. I build massive amounts, roid-free, carb-free. Again, I am not saying that you can't build muscle without carbs. I just think you would have an easier time building muscle if you took in more carbs. I understand there are plenty of people that have built muscle being on a low-carb diet. I get it. I think you guys would be the exception rather than the rule. I don't have a super strong opinion on that, though. I'm not going to sit here and say you have to have carbs or anything like that. I really don't have a super strong opinion on that. I just I think in general it would probably be a good idea that you take in as many carbs as you can when you're strength training, as many carbs as you can without gaining too much weight too quickly. I think you should try to diet on as most carbs as possible. An excuse to have carbs? Well, I think you're insinuating that people are using excuses to have carbs. I don't like eating a lot. I hate that I have to eat 3,000 calories in order for me to be in surplus. I hate it. I wish I can not eat and build muscle. So it's not an excuse. It just makes it much easier. I just have a significantly easier time retaining muscle and building muscle when I have carbs. Well, my theory on it is this, is that, and again, you're welcome to do whatever you feel best with doing, but my thing is this: if you're trying to lose weight, why lose weight on 10 grams of carbs if you can lose weight on 200 grams of carbs? Your average person would probably, Snitch, you would be a good person to come on up for this, actually, if you want to maybe speak on this. I'm talking about carbs in relation to building muscle. This is just my viewpoint. I think it's probably a good idea that we intake higher carbs if we can. So yeah, we're having a conversation. Well, people in mostly YouTube chat, they're disagreeing about carbs, about its role in building muscle.
Yeah, so carbs do play a pretty big role in building muscle. The reason why some studies may not demonstrate a significant effect is because they aren't consuming those carbs fasted, in the sense that individuals are already well fed, they already have their glycogen stores refueled. The problem is that if you get up in the morning and you instantly go to work out, if you consume a bunch of fat and protein, it's not going to take the amount of time that it needs to convert into the amount of energy that you need to restore your glycogen levels, which, by the way, that takes a while, especially if you over-consume protein and fat, because your body not only has to break it down first, but in order to synthesize it back into glucose, it needs to be broken down, broken out of the fat cell after being stored there, and then moved through your bloodstream all the way back down to your liver, where then it's used to synthesize more glucose via gluconeogenesis. And not all of your body's cells can do this. Only really your liver and your kidney cells can really do gluconeogenesis. So it takes a lot for your body to take excess amounts of energy from what you consume initially when you get up in the morning, if all you're consuming is protein and fat, reconvert it back into glucose, and then refuel your muscle, because the predominant source of insulin-mediated glucose uptake, which is a fancy way of saying hormonally stimulated sugar storage, so our body's ability to say, hey, muscle, store this glucose, most of that goes into muscle. So most stored sugar goes into muscle and is turned into glycogen, which is used immediately after the creatine phosphate system in order to fuel your exercise. So it's highly relied upon after creatine, and creatine only lasts for around 15 to 20 seconds per bout, and it takes a little while to refuel. So that's the reason why people perform better if they come out of like a fasting period or a long period of not eating, and they consume some sort of carbohydrate before training. That being said, if you're always training when you're fed, I mean, sure, there's probably not going to be a super crazy difference, but you are going to look more flat. It is going to take a lot more for you to look fuller in the gym. And it is also going to have a notable effect on how long you last in regards to your performance in the gym, because you don't have that buffer of the glycogen system.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm trying to see what the comments are there. Yeah, you're getting a little bit of disagreement there. A lot of anti-carb people in the YouTube chat, it seems. I don't know what this fear is of carbs. But no, this part's just my opinion. I don't know if you heard that. I think it's probably a good idea that your average person, if they're trying to diet, like aka lose weight, it might be a good idea that they lose weight on as many carbs as they can rather than as little.
I agree.
I just think they're just gonna have an easier time with it, and they're gonna be able to be more consistent with it.
Also, the thermic effect of carbs is higher than the thermic effect of fat, so you actually will lose more weight if you consume carbs as opposed to fat, because your body actually takes energy in regards to breaking them down. And if you have muscle on your frame, most of those carbs are going towards the glycogen stores in your muscles, which are pretty large. So most of the carbs are not going to be stored as fat unless you're over consuming calories. So it is in your favor to consume a lot of carbs.
Yeah, I mean, I've just noticed that, like, just anecdotally, beyond anything else. And I know obviously anecdotes aren't everything, but I've seen that very, very consistently with myself and others, that having high carbs, especially around training, people just tend to do better. But,
and you're right for thinking so. You're 100% correct in your logic there.
oh my gosh. Someone says, no, you won't. When your insulin is up, you will not burn fat. Ugh.
That's not true. That is not true. And the reason why that is not true is because insulin is predominantly a glucose storage hormone. The reason why you don't burn as much fat while insulin levels are high is because you're in general in a state of high energy in general. Your insulin is not going to stay high unless you have insulin resistance, and insulin resistance is predominantly initiated by poor lipid handling. So it's DAG-mediated insulin resistance. I could go on forever on this because it's a pretty well understood mechanism. But individuals who consume a high saturated fat diet have often poorer insulin sensitivity as compared to those with a lower fat diet. And so the actual signaling is not necessarily mediated by excess amounts of carbs, again, unless you're in a calorie surplus. And so insulin levels are not always going to be high. It's just a marker of whether or not you're in a fed state. And insulin also pushes glucose into your muscle cells so that way it could be used as fuel to fuel your exercise. And so, yeah, no, they're wrong.
Courage, that's not how people get diabetes. That's not what happens.
Yeah, fun fact about diabetes specifically. Something that is very common and something I'm actually looking into is called myosteatosis, which is basically when fat builds up in muscle. A large part of this is due to poor blood lipids. And this is predominantly caused by a high saturated fat diet. Myosteatosis is very well documented in individuals with metabolic syndrome as well as type 2 diabetes and in some other syndromes like cachexia, which I'm actually technically potentially looking into. I'm not at liberty to talk about specifics yet. But that being said, because that's my thesis, all that being said, myosteatosis is a very good example of how high carbs are not necessarily the reason why you have type 2 diabetes.
Once again, if anybody disagrees, you can dial on the phone number there on YouTube. I'll put it back in the comments once again. If you're in TikTok, you can just hit the request button on screen. Whatever works best for you. Diabetes equals high blood sugar created by exogenous carbs. No.
So type 2 diabetes and some type 1 diabetics, type 1 diabetics are more so characterized as hyperglycemia due to the lack of production of insulin because of an autoimmune condition where your body attacks its own beta cells. So type 1 diabetes is not really caused by like inherently your diet or lifestyle. It's more so genetic. But type 2 diabetes is predominantly due to genetics as well as being diagnosed with obesity, and a significant amount of fat buildup inside of your muscle reduces insulin sensitivity because of all of that fat. It clogs up the ability for insulin to actually act on muscle, so that way insulin can promote glucose uptake in skeletal muscle. In fact, skeletal muscle insulin resistance is the leading factor involved in insulin resistance in general. So it's the main tissue that's involved.
Over my life, I've seen so many dietary health trends come and go. There's been, if anybody's ever paid attention to the health industry, so many fucking trends and things have come and gone and came back again. I mean, I've seen so many of it over the years. You'll see a lot of stuff circle back around. If you guys have been paying attention for any like period of time. Going gluten-free diet could fix some mild diabetes. What? It's like Courage. Why don't you just call on up? It seems like you're pretty opinionated. Why don't you just call on in and you can speak to her? Yeah, Paula. So I never made the claim that every single person who drinks raw milk at some point in their life, every single time, will have some sort of health issue. Never made that claim. All I'm saying is that it, in relation to pasteurized milk, is just going to be significantly more dangerous. You got lucky, but it doesn't mean that it was good for you. You just lucked out. Everybody else, though, if you can keep tapping and sharing, okay? We thought whole wheat and soy, everything was healthy. I mean, I don't think there's really an issue with soy to begin with. Yeah, Courage, you can call on in. I mean, the phone number is there in the comments, so. Yeah, I did. Well, look at that. That's good to see. Somebody thought you were wrong, and they looked it up, and they realized that you weren't. That's always good to see. We also drank raw milk.
Yeah, I was in a lab on insulin resistance for a while. It was just an undergraduate experience type internship, but the PI that was in charge of that lab wanted me to feel like I was in a master's program. So I basically got the chance to really dive deep into the literature on insulin resistance and type 2 diabetes. I believe his name is DeFranzo. Yeah, Dr. DeFranzo. If you're interested in all of the skeletal muscle insulin resistance work that he did, he's the one who found out that skeletal muscle is predominantly driven. Skeletal muscle insulin resistance is the predominant driver of insulin resistance, and also did a lot of work on specifically like diacylglycerol mediated insulin resistance, how lipids and fats can lipids or fats. Lipids are the same thing as fats, just the fancier word for it, play a role in that. So yeah, I highly recommend his work. That's the one that I rely on for a lot of my insulin resistance stuff. He also coined, I believe, the hyperglycemic euglycemic clamp, which is like gold standard now.
Opinionated. We also drink raw milk. It's always been controversial. Not really. I mean, we've known for quite a while that it's not going to be the best idea to be drinking it. And it's been pretty well established for a while. So, all right, guys, we have to address this inflammation thing. So, I find it problematic that everybody who talks about inflammation, or a lot of people talk about it, can't even explain that, okay? So they said seed oils cause inflammation. I quit seed oils, no more inflammation. How do you know you didn't have inflammation? What markers were you looking at? Because you just feeling not good is not a measure of
Yeah, it should be mentioned that markers of inflammation like CRP, IL-6, TNF-alpha, and IL-1, I believe, have all been found to be reduced in the presence of consuming seed oils versus saturated fat, specifically in a study from 2013 or 2015 about the consumption of a polyunsaturated omega-6 fatty acid, otherwise known as a seed oil, compared to butter in a certain food, was found to reduce liver fat outcomes as well as improve these markers in individuals without any changes to weight loss, which demonstrates that it wasn't due to the weight loss, but rather due to the switch from saturated fat to seed oils. So seed oils reduce inflammation. They also have been found to specifically omega-6 fatty acids are associated with reduced levels of CRP, which is a really key marker of inflammation.
Yeah, so again, guys, you using your subjective feelings to determine whether you have inflammation or not is not how you're going to determine that, okay? More often than not, when you guys say that you started cutting out some of these things, you just started eating better in general. You got healthier in general. You lost weight, typically, I see with these people. And so it would make sense that you felt better. But that is very different than saying that you reduced inflammation. It's a very different thing. Yeah, Matrix, and there were higher rates of getting these pathogens from dairy products before we switched. So, yeah. So I appreciate you proving the point. I mean, that was one of many reasons why we had a lower average lifespan. I mean, there was a lot of reasons, but that was one of them. Cancer.gov. What does that say? Easy? I mean, I can pull it up, but.
Oh, he pulled up one of the quote-unquote risk fact sheets. Yeah, so unfortunately, the CDC right now is taken over by a bunch of clowns. But as far as like the cancer.gov stuff, you actually have to read the literature on it, and a lot of it demonstrates reverse causality
where you have individuals who are already at a higher risk of cancer because they're diagnosed with obesity. And obesity significantly increases your risk of several cancer types, including but not limited to colorectal, gastric, pancreatic cancer, as well as several lymphatic cancers, breast cancer, prostate cancer. And so if somebody who is overweight or obese is looking at advertisements online and seeing that, oh yeah, this 0-calorie sweetener is in this drink and it could help me lose weight, I'll drink this instead of my regular soda, they're more likely to consume that soda, and because they're diagnosed with obesity are more likely to be diagnosed with cancer. It's not the other way around. And when we look at meta-analyses of the literature, which I already cited earlier on this live when I was here, artificial sweeteners do not increase your risk for cancer. Specifically, and I'm just going to walk over to my computer real quick to cite the study for you again. There's actually several studies. One was a very recent umbrella review from 2025 on multiple pieces of literature. Let me pull it up so I can give you the exact numbers. Okie dokie. So the Association of Artificial Sweeteners Intake and Risk of Cancer, an umbrella meta-analysis from 2025. The PMID is 409-88757. The findings of this umbrella review do not support a significant association between artificial sweetener intake and overall cancer risk, with a possible protective effects limited to gynecological cancers. This was a umbrella review of 10 meta-analyses comprising 35 data sets. Then there was another one here. This is a systematic review of non-sugar sweeteners in cancer epidemiology studies, also from 2025, published in Elsevier. PMID 410-38346. This was on 90 studies, which included studies on ACE-K, aspartame, cyclamates, saccharin, sucralose, and other non-specific non-nutritive sweeteners in diet sodas. Also found the exact same outcome, which is overall the epidemiology evidence does not support associations between any non-nutritive sweetener and any cancer type, so there's no significant increased risk. Then there was also a Mendelian randomization analysis, which basically said the same thing about like reverse causality, but did find that there was a inverse and protective relationship between between artificial sweetener consumption and breast cancer, gastric cancer, colorectal cancer, prostate cancer, and kidney cancer, which does make sense considering that these cancers are associated with obesity, or at least the diagnosis of obesity. And because artificial sweeteners reduce your risk of obesity, because they do significantly improve weight loss outcomes, you're going to reduce your risk of obesity-associated cancers.
Why don't you read out the link I just posted? It summarizes all this stuff.
No, it doesn't, because I just cited
You're
the studies
reading
from
out all the ones that
2025.
found no.
Well, easy. Let her finish. Hold on.
Hang
Make
on.
sure we just go one
I'll
at a
drop
time.
again. Hey, gotcha, Queen. I'll drop again. If you don't let me speak.
We don't really care if you drop, because
All right, then, bye.
I cited a meta-analysis. I cited a umbrella review of 15 meta-analyses with literally 35 data sets. Another one had 90 studies included in it. So I was citing the consensus of science. You were citing a single .gov news article, basically, which is written by one person. So can you tell me about the data, or are you just going to blabber your mouth about oh, he left. Of course he did.
I mean, if you leave that easily, man, like that easily at getting annoyed or offended, I think that probably says more about you than anything else. Yeah, Hamas, you can come on up as well. It says you can't debate people that think artificial sugar made in a rundown Chinese factory is good for you. They're too autistic. Okay, well, it's not really an argument. Okay, so if you want to have an actual debate, you can, but that really wasn't a debate. Yeah, Nick, so that part has been discussed. Something being linked to cancer or not doesn't state whether it causes cancer or not. Those are two very, very different things. Something being linked to another just simply states that it occurs at the same time as that, which could show a cause and effect, but you would have to have a lot more research to show cause and effect.
Yeah, it's also not linked to cancer when you account for other contributing variables like obesity. So, what a lot of epidemiologists do is they don't just identify associations because that's not the proper way to do science. If you just identify associations, then pretty much everything is associated with everything because if you don't account for, let's say, a smoker, then you're going to find every single variable is going to be associated with lung cancer if the population you're drawing from is more likely to smoke. So you have to adjust for the smoking variable in order to identify whether or not the variable you're interested in actually increases risk of lung cancer. And so that's what they do in these studies is they account for the risk that is associated with obesity, and when they do so, they don't find a significantly increased risk, which is why over 90 studies, over 35 studies in both of those in that systematic review and in that meta-analysis both found no association.
Once again, guys, we are looking for opposition. People on TikTok, you can hit the request button to come up, and people on the tube, you can just dial in the phone number that's in the comments. And we're getting a phone call. Let's see.
Press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Pretty good.
Cool. I just need to know your age. How old are you, sir?
Oh, I got you again, big gas again.
Okay. Cool. Well, alrighty then. How's an artificial product better for animal than something it evolved for? We are animals.
And also, our biology is not perfect, so actually the things that we've evolved for is out of necessity of survival. And artificial sweeteners have been found to bolster weight loss outcomes, which right now obesity is a really big problem in America. And so if we're using something to help us with obesity, that's a pro, not a con. And then on top of that, aspartame is technically made of natural compounds. It is specifically made of phenylalanine and aspartate, which are two amino acids, and so they would actually contribute to protein synthesis. I know it's not going to do a lot because you have to use a very small amount of aspartame to sweeten something, but it's still contributing to protein metabolism, which in the grand scheme of things is a good thing.
John there in YouTube, you're going to have to prove that statement, saying that we've never been as unhealthy as we are now, and that's because of pasteurization and seed oils and processed. You said preceded foods. You meant processed. Yeah,
that's not true.
I think you're going to have to show that to be the case. Okay, you're going to have to show that A, we're as unhealthy as ever, and B, if that is the case, that it's specifically because of pasteurization, seed oils, processed foods. So
life expectancy has drastically increased, and the risk of age-associated chronic diseases, which only occur when you live long enough, are increasing because we're living longer. And so that's a good thing. It means we're living longer. Now, yes, that means that we also get to do more research on these chronic diseases because it's more prevalent, meaning we can learn more about these chronic diseases now than ever before.
yeah, if something gives you the shits, I've seen that mentioned a couple of times in the comments. If it gives you the shits, okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad for you. If you have a reaction to it, okay, then don't have it if that's what you don't want. But that's not going to be an indication of it being necessarily bad. All right. Well, the guy who's just calling, obviously I'm not going to answer it. If you have nothing better to do than spend your entire fucking life trying to call me, that's not going to happen. How can I compare raw milk with seed oils? I'm not comparing the two. They're two different things. I'm not comparing them to each other. They're just part of the topic. Raw milk, I would be compared to pasteurized milk. Seed oils, I would be comparing to like butter or beef tallow or even olive oil or something like that. I'm just comparing it to a like product. That's it. That's all. All right, guys. I'll give it a little bit more, see if we can get some opposition. If not, I I got to be done in like 50 minutes anyways, but I may end it earlier than that just because I've been live for quite a while. I'm a little bit tired. More autism now, more mental health problems, all because of diet. Again, keeper. First of all, you're going to have to show that we do have more autism now and that we're just not just more diagnoses of it, for one. And two, again, you're going to have to show it's because of diet. You can't just make that assumption. I mean, you can, but you would have to prove it.
So many big claims, so little evidence.
That's YouTube for you. What about diabetes in females due to obese fathers? Is that a thing? Diabetes. What do you mean by that, Tally? What? What are you trying to get at with that? I don't know what you meant by that. Are you guys vegan? And if not, why? I'm not a vegan. You're not one either, right? You're close to one, right? But you're not.
I'm vegetarian right now. I'm working towards it.
Yeah, I've done a live stream on the ethics of that type of diet, but I'm not a vegan though. Artificial sweet. Again, guys, if anybody in here is making bold claims, Cody, you saying artificial sweeteners cause you to destroy your hormones and gut bacteria, you got to come up and prove this, guys. If you guys are going to make bold claims, you have to prove these things. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I do want evidence, Cody. I absolutely want evidence. Nobody says trans fats are not. I've never heard anybody make that claim about trans fats, Cody. You're arguing something that nobody has ever said. But yeah, you are going to have to provide evidence of that, Cody. So I do expect for you to cite a study here very, very shortly to show that artificial sweeteners destroy hormones and gut bacteria. No, I'm not saying milk in general is bad. I'm just saying raw milk is. I'm fine personally with regular milk, pasteurized milk. Yeah, I mean, the burden of proof is on the person making the positive claim, yeah. And that would be the case for anybody. If anybody's making a positive claim, yeah, you're going to have to provide proof. A vegan diet is cheaper. I mean, I've seen some data showing that to be true. I never really tried to measure it out myself, but I'm sure it depends on how intelligently you shop, where you shop, that type of thing. Again, guys, if you can call on up, I would love to not debate with the comments and rather debate with somebody who wants to come on up. I'd much prefer that. And I got like less than an hour, so it'd be great if somebody can come up now. Well, Courage, you're still not providing the research. Courage, it would be much easier if you had just dialed in the number to prove us wrong rather than continuously saying that we're wrong. It would be more satisfying on your end too to prove us wrong in real time by talking to us. You would think that you would want to do that if you truly believed you were correct, but you're not doing that. Do you all have a bibliography put together for scientific literature? I'm sure she does. Well,
I do. I have a whole document that says sources for discussion. If you scroll to the bottom of my link tree, it says sources for discussion. It's a free to access Google Doc. You don't need to pay for it or anything like that. You might need to pay for some of the research, but that's out of my control, unfortunately. But I have all of the links as well as the titles to each abstract. So if you're interested in that, feel free to go check it out. I have everything from abiogenesis to raw milk to seed oils to artificial sweeteners.
Well, there you go, guys. There have been so many claims to disprove, and unfortunately not native speaker. That's fine. You don't have to be a native speaker. That's totally fine. But Courage, you can certainly call on it. You do have the ability to dial in the number. That you can do. And yes, there have been a lot of claims, but you have made a lot yourself. So why don't we just go by the last one that you said and the one that you said you're going to get research on? So why don't we just start with that one? Otherwise, we're just going to be sitting here all day just saying, hey, prove this, prove that. Why don't we just start with the latest claim that you made, that you said you were going to provide evidence for? You were an analytical chemist for 6 years and a cytokine analysis for 2 studies. Keep tapping and sharing, everybody, please. Follow Scientific Snitch there in the bottom if you like everything that she's been saying. Of course, give me a follow, too. And if you're watching on the tube, make sure you subscribe. All right, and again, I got like 45 minutes tops, but I may end it before then. It just depends. Thank you for the repost. If you guys all can repost it, that would be helpful. Please and thank you.
Come on, guys, let's get it up to 12K likes.
Thank you. Thank you guys for the repost. All right, and I know we don't have much people on YouTube anymore at this point, but still, we got enough people for you to call on in. Do I think we should respect animals? I think most reasonable people would say yes to that. I would like to think so. Although I think people's definitions on respect may be very different person to person. I think certain people are going to think it's respectful if you eat something that was once an animal or once a living animal, while other people would obviously heavily disagree with that. Is my hairstyle called a mullet? No. Last time I checked, a mullet is where you have hair in the back. I don't have that, so no. When you eat lamb, you feel bad. I don't even know why I started to read that, Sunshine. I should have picked up on that joke as soon as I looked at it. There's plenty of reasons for diabetes, diet and genetics being the main cause. Well, of course, I don't think anybody's going to deny that genetics play a huge role. Both are bad, or Dave, what? I don't even remember what it was I said. Both are bad. What are you referring to? What two things? Do we think it is respect to exploit someone for their flesh? No, correct. No, I think I think Snitch and I probably would agree with you on that topic you're trying to get at.
Like, aside from being celiacs and a broke college student, I'm pretty much completely vegetarian. In fact, it's not pretty much, I am vegetarian now. But I made a setup so I could make my vitamin D, make like vitamin D mushrooms. So like, I'm pretty dedicated to being vegetarian, right now. And I mean, once lab-grown meat comes into play, then I'll probably go full vegan because there won't be any reason for me to consume meat anymore, because I would be able to get literally everything I could possibly need in a macro-friendly and cost-friendly way. So that's the only thing stopping me from being vegan right now, is just because vegan options that are also gluten-free are really expensive. And so given the fact that I all have a background of like bad dish-mortared eating habits, I just am a little bit more cautious with the way that I currently consume like the foods that I eat. 1 in 2 men have cancer. 1 in 2 men will have cancer at some point in their lifetime. 1 in 2 people don't have cancer. That would be 50% of the population.
What's the
But
most
according
common
to
type of cancer in men?
melanoma and basal cell carcinoma. I think it's basal cell carcinoma is the most common, or squamous cell carcinoma, one of the two. Basal or squamous, because UVB.
Yeah, I mean, anybody can come up and have a conversation on synthetic meat. I understand if it's something you haven't heard of. I understand how it may sound, but at some point it will absolutely be a thing. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when.
It'll
Of
also
it
be
being a
safer,
thing and being
actually.
safe. Yeah. All right, let's get to this guest here. Fawcett, hello.
Bro, you're
How are
really
you?
up here talking about seed oils being good? Bro.
They are.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. All right.
bro.
Well, if you
Butter.
disagree, that's fine. That's fine. So,
If
what
you
do you?
if you're cooking
Yeah.
without butter or beef tallow, it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Do you
Sure.
not?
Let's talk
So
about it. So, what do you think? Give me the main health issue that you believe seed oils cause, and we'll go from there.
Okay, number one, before the year 1900, was there ever such thing as a seed oil?
I don't
yes.
see how that's relevant.
Okay, besides, I'm sorry, in scientific, besides olive oil, but like here, let me be a little bit more specific.
No, there were other seed oils. I think you're forgetting that Asians existed back then with sesame oil.
Okay. So that's the one oil from a seed that you can think of off the top of your head before the year 1900.
I
I
just
could
don't
probably think of
under.
like avocado oil potentially, but
Avocado.
sesame oil is one of them. But that being said, we didn't live long enough to get heart disease back then because we were passing away from bacterial infections, predominantly due to unpasteurized milk. But on top of that, as far as like seed oils go, humans don't contain the desaturases that allow us to desaturate fatty acid bonds beyond the 12th position. So we actually do require omega-6 and omega-3 fatty acids.
Non-Caucasians cannot do that because Caucasians have
you
evolved
don't have
to.
it either.
No, yes, I do. Because
No, you
Caucasians have
don't.
evolved to
No, you
consume
don't.
dairy. That study only
That's the
makes sense with
lactase enzyme.
non-Caucasians.
That is not the desaturase enzyme. They're two
Okay.
separate enzymes.
Okay, cool.
One has to do with sugar, one has to do with fat. Desaturases have nothing to do with lactose.
Yeah, I know.
Caucasians, such as myself, just so you know, I'm half Caucasian, and actually, I don't have lactose intolerance.
She's a fucking mud shark. All right, goodbye.
You're just gonna run? You're gonna run? All right.
That's crazy, dude. Oh, and poppy seed oil. Cool.
Yeah, delicate. So, okay, so autism, ADHD, cancer rate. First of all, cancer survivability is lower now than it was a quarter century ago. So is incident rates in general. So,
and also, cancer is an age-associated disease. Increased prevalence of cancer is not inherently a bad thing unless you're talking about age-adjusted cancer rate. And let's see how age-adjusted cancer prevalence since 1950s. Let's see how it changed. So actually, age-adjusted cancer mortality rates have steadily declined since the early 1950s. Let's see how prevalence has gone. Overall prevalence, so because more people are surviving their diagnoses, the prevalence of living with cancer is higher, which is a good thing because that means that people aren't dying from it. Let's see about prevalence, general prevalence, trying to find it. So most of what I'm finding is like the death rate, because that's the most accurate representation of cancer prevalence, because there's a lot of things that influence it. Let's see about early age cancer prevalence. Early diagnosed. Let's see here. Early onset cases, and that's because there's more people surviving. Yeah, honestly, I don't think you're going to find a good graph for this, just for the mere understanding that individuals who have a higher risk of cancer because of genetic predisposition are surviving more. As a result, they're passing on their genes, so early onset has increased. And then on top of that, like, it's an age-associated disease, so the older you are, the more likely you are to get it. It's just not something you can really quantify in a good way.
Delicate, you can come on up though. I mean, if you think all those things are going up because of current diet practices, you can try to substantiate as much as you can.
Fluid. So dead animals are not used. Cell media, specifically food grade DMEM, or Dalboco's cell culture media. That's not made of dead animals. And then on top of that, lab grown meat does not consume an enormous amount of energy. The bioreactors consume significantly less energy than what it takes to actually grow an animal from birth to death, because you have to not only feed the animal, but you also have to provide energy for like keeping the lights on and keeping them in cages, then also all of the processing machinery. All of that also takes energy. So the bioreactor, just being in and of itself, is actually less energy consuming per 100 grams of meat than traditionally farm grown meat. So you're wrong. Food is not addictive. I'm sorry, it just isn't. Like, yeah, you can be addicted to food, but that's like food in general is not like a highly addictive thing. You need food to survive. Like, nobody's like picking up spoonfuls of white sugar because they're addicted to it, unless they have some other kind of neurological pathology going on.
I get into that debate relatively often with people about that. Yeah, and I think a lot of the reasons why people think that is just it's something that we hear so much in society. I think it's just people just attach themselves to that belief. And guys, I do want to make it clear, like when we're using the word addiction, right? We're not talking about something just being habit forming, right? Like for example, like video games, right? Like that could be habit forming in the sense that people like to do it, but it's not addictive by the very nature of the word addictive. And that's what she's trying to get at. So no, it doesn't meet the definition of addictive. It does not. There's specific criteria to what an addiction is, and it doesn't meet those criteria. It just doesn't. So no, it's not addictive in that sense. And again, it's not to say that people can't have issues associated with these things, but addiction is just not the proper word to use. In fact, I don't even think food addiction is in the DSM anymore. I think it's food dependence, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think it's called food dependence, right? Not food addiction. Let me see. Could be wrong though. Yeah, food. It's called food dependence, not addiction. What's wrong about? Yeah, well, that's the thing, Broom. Like, yeah, one could argue that we are all dependent on it. But let me pull up the criteria to addiction because it just wouldn't meet that criteria of addiction. Let's see. Impaired control, physical dependence, social problems, risky use. I think there's a couple other ones as well. But yeah, it's got to cause like work problems, social problems, health problem. There's a few things it needs to meet for it to be considered such. And again, I think we're just using different words, guys. So like people in the comments that are saying processed foods are addictive, I think we're agreeing that some of these things could be problematic, but we're using different words. Just addictive just wouldn't be the proper word. That's all that's being said. What if you companies pay
I'm
millions?
sorry. Ultra processed whey protein is considered quote unquote addictive. Be so for real. Ultra processed, unsweetened whey protein. I'm sure that's so addictive. And for everybody in the YouTube chat, what about processed beef tallow? Beef tallow bars. You know, like those carnivore protein bars. You think those are addictive? They taste like crap.
All right. Well, I'll go back up to the criteria of addiction since people seem to be talking about that. I saw something else I need to address real quickly. 1 second. Yeah, so what I always mentioned with sugar, like if sugar in of itself was addictive in the sense that, say, like a substance is addictive, like the H drug or any of the substances that we know are addictive, we would see people just having straight sugar out of the bag. We wouldn't see people having like eating cake and pizza and things like that when you can just get more sugar from having a spoonful of sugar if sugar itself was the specific thing that was addictive. It's a combination of things that cause things to be palatable and cause people to sometimes have emotional response to it. But I just think it's important that we don't label this specific thing as the addictive nature when that's not what it would be. They pump the food with all these seed oil. Well, I don't know why. Seed oils are not any more calorically dense than any other oil would be. So that wouldn't be a thing. How to request? There's a button at the bottom. It's a request button. There's one above Scientific Snitch. There's also the pink and blue person at the bottom of the screen. It depends on the kind of sugar. I don't know why that would make a specific difference. I don't know why sugar, say from like fruit, would be inherently any less or more addictive than sugar from some other source. Now, other things will influence your ability to overeat it. Like it's very difficult to overeat on fruit because the fiber in it, it's not very calorically dense. But that's just because of the nature of the fruit itself. It's not necessarily because of the sugar.
I beg to differ when it comes to dried kiwis.
To dried kiwis. Maid, how are you doing? How are you? Are you there? Going once, twice. Keep tapping and sharing, everybody. Follow Snatch, follow myself. You can send a heart me if you want, please. And make sure you request on TikTok or call on in from the tube. Yeah, no, fruits also have micronutrients, exactly. So, Maid, I don't know if you're trying to speak or not, but you're welcome to unmute yourself. Okay, strong craving, not being able to stop, tolerance increase, turkey, I think you mean cold turkey, consumption despite bad effects. So, but that's not specific to sugar, though. Again, if it were sugar that they're having the specific cravings for and that they're having a tolerance to, then they would just be going to a bag of sugar instead to be getting what they need. But they're not. Nobody's doing that. Anybody who claims to have a quote-unquote sugar addiction isn't reaching in a bag full of sugar. They're eating things that usually are like fats paired with carbs, not just straight up carbs, typically speaking. Again, like cakes and burgers and pizza and things like that. And all of those things have fats in it as well. Why not call in? No, you can call in. The phone number's on screen. And I don't even know if the tolerance increase would be applicable anyways. I don't know if anybody's getting a tolerance from some of those things. Anyways, guys, I got a little bit longer left just to give everybody a heads up, okay? No, it's not just carbs. I mean, we see the research is relatively clear that people tend to have more dependence associated with fats paired with carbs as opposed to just straight up carbs. If they're not good, they're bad. No, that's not how things work. Food and the health of things in general are a lot more nuanced than it just being good or bad, and that's it. Is 50% of America considered obese? I don't know what the rate is, but it is pretty high. I don't know if it's 50% though. I'm not saying raw milk is causing people to be obese. As far as I know, I don't think the calories are any different in raw milk versus pasteurized milk, but that's not the issue that we're speaking of in relation to raw milk. If you have can't say the word, but if you have a flower addiction. I'm not going to smoke any flower out of a pipe, bong, or joint. I need it a certain way. Same with sugar. Well, no, I mean, but when it comes to that substance, though, first of all, there is more than just, I don't even think I can say the three letters, but I'll just say it anyways, THC. There's more than just THC in that substance, for one, because we actually do see people have more likeness associated with THC when it's paired with some of the other minor cannabinoids rather than just THC straight by itself. So there is a bit of an entourage effect going on there. Because if it was just THC, then that prescription drug, I think it's called Marinol, Marinol, I think it is. People don't really seem to find that to be quite as recreational as the flower itself. So it's not just THC, there are other things. These obesity rates just skyrocketed once companies started cutting corners. What do you mean by cutting corners? The obesity rates went up when the caloric intake went up. And yeah, that could be partly due to things being more palatable. That's what you're referring to. Tests show sugar is addictive in rats who have been denied sugar for a long period of time. Humans crave sugar because your brain runs on it. No, I think the study that you're referring to, and it's a flawed study. Are you talking about when they gave it to mice and they preferred it over the powdery substance? That's usually the study that people reference. It's a flawed study because, of course, if you're giving something with calories that you need to survive versus something that you don't technically need to survive, yeah, you're going to choose the thing that you need to survive. That would make sense. All right, King, I'll bring you on up.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Hey, not much, man. I have a quick question for you. You're saying that, our research and our data and our stats our medicine is getting better and better and better.
Mm-hmm.
But why are the testosterone levels for men declining and declining and declining and declining and declining and declining?
Obesity rates.
And declining and declining is it just that
Obesity
simple?
rates.
Okay, is it just that simple that people are more obese? That's the reason why test levels are declining?
One of the large reasons.
Yeah,
Sure.
so obesity-related hypogonadism is a really common thing that occurs with individuals who are diagnosed with obesity. There is a lot of papers on this specifically. So whereas obesity is not necessarily a primarily pathological cause of hypogonadism, it can promote it. So having lower levels of testosterone is likely associated with higher levels of adiposity, and considering the fact that the average American consumes over 1,000 calories more than what they're allotted for by recommendations by the 2020 through 2025 dietary guidelines, it's very likely that this is the primary reason for reductions in testosterone.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, man, because I know a lot of people that kind of look like Doug, pretty muscular person, pretty healthy person, right? But the testosterone levels are pretty low as well. And so it's obviously not obesity. It's got to be.
No, it's not.
Could you
That's
not?
not
Hey,
true.
could you not interrupt me, scientific?
Well, because that's not true.
No,
Because
you
that's
can't
not
interrupt.
true.
No. Let me finish.
Because that's not
Plan.
true. You have to provide us with data for that. And we have data suggesting that the testosterone levels have reduced due to high levels of obesity in America. Around 40% of individuals are diagnosed with obesity or are overweight in America. It is.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true. You're saying that there's not one single person out there that doesn't have obesity that doesn't have low testosterone level? I know plenty of those
There are
people.
other conditions that cause hypogonadism, but that's separate and that's largely due to genetics.
Well, why are genetics getting so fucked up that testosterone levels are lowering by every fucking year? The genetics.
We can also discuss the fact. We can also discuss the fact. We can also discuss the fact. We can also discuss the fact that there haven't been selective pressures.
Artificial sweeteners that we're consuming.
There haven't been selective pressures on humans for a very long time. So individuals with genetic disorders and genetic conditions are more likely to procreate, and as a result, you have more diagnoses of genetic related conditions. This shouldn't come as a surprise.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, you just can't deny that testosterone levels are getting low, and you can't just say it's because of obesity. There has to be something else that's affecting it, and
You don't think
that's the
obesity
other.
affects testosterone levels?
No, I do think that it does affect testosterone levels, but why are people getting more obese? Is it because of due to the more artificial things that are out there in the market for people to consume?
Like what?
Artificial sweetener, seed oils.
But why would that cause people to get obese if there's no calories in them?
Because here's the thing, Doug. Because you get addicted to those ingredients because they
Yeah,
are
so
a little,
I hate to break it
scientific.
to
Could you not?
you.
Hey, scientific. Can
No,
you not let
because
me
you're
finish?
wrong. Roughly
Is there a way?
41.9% of Americans struggle with
Shut the
obesity,
fuck
with
up.
an
I hate you
additional
with these stats.
9.2% experiencing severe obesity. And obesity causes functional secondary hypogonadism by suppressing the hypothalamic
Okay, I
pituitary
could I could
testicular
I
axis, or
I
HPT
could have googled
axis.
that myself.
This
I
is
could have googled that
according to
myself. I could
male
have chat
obesity
GPT'd
related
it myself.
secondary hypogonadism, which is a
I could have
study
chat
on.
GPT'd it. I don't need you to reach chat GPT.
This is not ChatGPT.
I
It's
don't
based
need
off of
you.
PMID
I don't need you to reach chat GPT
316-16498.
for
It's a
me.
study.
I don't need you to reach out.
It is
Read
a
off
review
ChatGPT
article. Go
for me.
read it.
I don't need you to read off ChatGPT to me.
I'm literally not. You
Yeah,
are
you are. You're reading.
like
You're reading off.
no, I'm
Okay.
not. I'm reading off this. It literally says it on this study, or sorry, on this review article. It's a review article on this published in the European Endocrinology Journal. So are we done? Cool. I'm not reading off ChatGPT. And then as for my obesity statistic, I got it from Google.
Okay, and you believe everything that Google says?
Google's not a source. It's not a source. It's just a search engine. So it's not like Google says something. It's a search engine which allows you to find information. Or at least it can if you do it correctly. Does that make sense? Are you on mute? Snitch, if you're trying to speak, I think you're on mute.
Sorry, I was just about to say, like, I literally just Googled it and looked up CDC. And then on the other one, I just looked up PubMed because I wanted to find an actual credible source. And I'm not shaking with anger, I'm walking.
All right. Well, King, I don't know why you continuously come up like multiple times alive if you just like you never provide the sources for anything, man. You get mad when somebody says something you don't like, and that really seems to be the end of it. I don't really understand that. All right, guys. Once again, I got like a little less than 20 minutes just to give you a heads up. If you can, call in from YouTube or request in from TikTok to come on up, okay? Follow myself, follow Snatch, keep tapping and sharing the live. All right. He never has sources. He never ever does. All right, we got 2 people in a request box. And guys, we are looking for opposition, okay? Hi, Kate. How you doing? Hey, Kate, how you doing? Kate going once. Kate going twice. All right, let's go to the next one. Kate, did you meet your request? Okay. Yeah, nobody's saying that it wouldn't be a good idea to eat whole foods delicate. Like you're arguing something that we're not saying. Maid, how you doing?
Hey, bro.
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 16 years old, but is that going to get me kicked off, is it?
No, I just need to make sure you're above 18. That's it. You having a good day?
I am. How about you?
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Um, I don't really have a debate about Cheetos, to be honest, but I just have a debate about one of the beliefs that you may hold.
Okay. Sure, what do you got?
Do you think that people need fiber?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, you're off screen. You're off screen, Maid. I don't know if you're trying to speak, but you're off screen and we can't hear you.
Oh, yeah, I'll study. Just give me 1 second. It might take me a while. You might want to get
You're
someone
okay.
else in.
No, take your time. I don't have anybody else. Take your time. A Lodi probably. I mean, every so often I have people come up who make that claim, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Unfortunately, that's not a very unpopular opinion with some people. There are a lot of people who subscribe to the idea that we don't need fiber, so I'm sort of used to it at this point. Viper, I don't know. We'll see. Once again, guys, if you're enjoying the live, keep tapping and sharing. Follow myself, follow Snitch, show a little support if you can, and subscribe on YouTube if you're able to. I mean, don't high-fat diets lower your need for fiber? Are you there, Mike? I just want to make sure you're there. You can still take your time, but I just want to make sure you're still.
Yeah, I'm still here, bro.
Okay, no worries, no worries. Hey guys, if you can send in the heart me in the top left, that'd be terrific. You gotta keep tapping and sharing. You're passed on the wrong milk. Tammy, who knows?
Hey, bro.
All right, what do you got?
How can you view this? Like,
If you can, well, is it on your screen or is it something that you're
I can
looking
paste
at?
it into the chat if you like.
Yeah, you can do that, and or just tell me the title of it, and I can pull it up. What's the title of
All right, it's
the
in the chat.
study?
It's in the chat. You can paste it in the.
Okay.
Stick it in there.
While I'm pulling it up, what's the synopsis of it? Like just
Just
the
says
overall
that
summary of it.
pretty much it says that you don't need fiber, and that in some cases actually causes constipation. I might be completely wrong now. I'm just going off where the facts have led me. Well, what I think they are.
Okay, so is the title of it "Stopping or Reducing Dietary Fiber Intake Reduces Constipation"?
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Okay. Snitch, are you familiar with this study?
I'd actually quite like to hear your rebuttal on this.
Yeah.
Say the study again. I'll look it up right now.
Stopping or reducing dietary fiber intake reduces constipation and its associated symptoms. It's PMID 229-69234.
Found it. Let me take a minute to look through it, but I will like to mention that likely this is going to be on individuals who have some kind of issue with constipation. Likely it's going to be idiopathic or unknown cause constipation, meaning that they're just trying to throw something at the patient to see what sticks. That being said, there is a study that was recently conducted on 17,155,277 individuals. Specifically, this is an umbrella review of evidence demonstrating the beneficial effects of dietary fiber on human health. And I would also like to mention that this is likely a study on individuals who have no previous record of like a consistent consumption of fiber or a gradual consumption of fiber. A really big reason why people get constipation whenever they consume fiber is because they don't gradually introduce it, which basically shocks your gut microbiome because the bacteria inside of your gut are what digest the fiber, specifically soluble fibers. So if you just shock your gut by consuming a lot of fiber all at once because some researchers tell you to do so, or because you have been consuming fiber because you hear it on the news, and so you start increasing your fiber intake by 50 grams, I would not be surprised that you get constipation, but getting constipation in that short term is a lot better when compared to colon cancer or other various chronic diseases, as like heart disease, as demonstrated to be something that fiber protects you from, according to this umbrella review on, again, over 17 million individuals. But let me read through this study real quick. Okay. Oh, yeah, right away. I just found
I called it idiopathic constipation. That's so funny. Symptoms can be effectively reduced by stopping or just lowering fiber intake. Yeah, so if you just gradually increase your fiber intake, rather than drastically increasing it all at once, yeah, you're more likely going to have some issues. And these individuals were put on a high fiber diet. So usually the recommendation is around 14 grams of fiber per 1,000 calories you consume. If you're consuming no fiber and you go 0 to 100, you're likely going to experience some sort of constipation. Also, this sample size was puny. There was like around, I want to say, 41 plus 16, around 63 patients. This is nothing compared to the 17 million person study. So, like, I pretty much called what the issues with this study were going to be. But yeah.
All right. 63 people sample size. All right, guys, keep tapping and sharing. I can take like another guess, maybe 2 more potentially, but I do got to wrap it up somewhat soon. So, again, make sure you follow myself and Snitch and subscribe on TikTok or on YouTube, okay? No, I just got to work somebody out at the gym. That's it, Martha. Nothing fancy. All right. Anything else, guys? Any other people want to come on up? Yes, no, maybe. All right. Well, I think I'll probably end it now then, okay? Because I got to get ready to head there. But I do appreciate everybody watching. And again, click the red follow button on the top left, subscribe on YouTube, and I should be able to be live tomorrow at some point, if not Sunday. But I'll let everybody in Discord and the bulletin board know, okay? Snitch, anything you want to say before I end it?
No, thank you for having me up.
Okay. Have a great one, okay? Take care. All right,
You too.
guys. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I know I was live for quite a while, but it was good to do this live. I hope everybody has a good one. And I don't think I have anything else. Like I said, I should be able to see you guys tomorrow, if not the following day. Take care, okay?